Oh my goodness. Wow. What a crazy day this has turned out to be. I cannot believe it. Welcome everyone. Good to see y'all in the building. You know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me looking all crispy and clean on the screen. And welcome. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE at patreon.com/ClassEbeats. By the way, the link is in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. You guys will not believe what is going on today. Yes, we're going to initially get into day 6. We're going to rewind and hear from Nick's former friend, or in reference to Nick, the Nick Kassotis trial. Nick's former friend, his first wife. But instead of getting into that right away, we've got to go to the breaking news, guys. Nicholas Kassotis is taking the stand. I cannot believe that. I can't believe this man is taking the stand. We're going to get into it here in a second. This is probably going to be the quickest intro I've done on this show in a while. But, you know, I got to show love and say what's up to the people, man. We've got my awesome, amazing Amy in here. Les Cleaver's in the building. We got J Money, Big Dog in the building. Slim Life, New Jersey. Good to see you. And so many of y'all in here. Just saying with Alicia is in here as well. I'll be saying good morning to many of you as we get into the show. But wow, this is going to be insane. It's been a while, actually, now that I think about it, since we've been covering trials here, we have not seen a defendant take the stand. This is history today. I didn't even think about it until just now. History is being made on the show. This is the first trial we've covered where a defendant has taken the stand. I cannot believe that this is the defendant that decided to do it, but we're going to get into it. Before we get started, if you could, please like the video on your way in. Likes are free, guys. It helps the channel continue to grow. Lets the algorithm know you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel with more people. So if you haven't liked the video yet, it's free. Take a second and do that. I would greatly appreciate it. It helps us out a lot. Also, if you're feeling extra generous, you can share the video as well. You can share it on Instagram, Facebook, X, to your group chat as well. Just click the little button that has an arrow pointing to the right and you'll see a share button there, and you can share it with your family and friends. Let them know we're going to be hanging out this morning. All right. Wow. I can't believe this. I'm going to say our quick thank yous and shout outs to everyone who sent in the super chats. And we're going to get right into it because this is insane. Les Cleaver in here with the 5 bomb. He says, happy hump day, all. Good to see you in here. God bless you all. And know you're watching the best YouTube channel ever. You know what time it is. Happy, love, and always be with God. Amen and amen. Thank you, Les Cleaver. Also, my guy, J Money, Big Dog in the building with the 10 bomb, says much love, ClassE and Amy, for their amazing work on this channel. Everyone, please hit that like button and show them some love as well. Your support is always appreciated. And big shout out to J Money. Y'all see him over there. Also dropping and gifting the 5 memberships. So generous, man. Thank you. Thank you, J Money, for the support you've shown to this show. Not only the ClassE Morning Show, but also the Song of the Night Live. We're going to be live tonight as well. So big shout out to J Money. And if you got a membership from him, make sure you say thank you. Make sure you go and check out the members only content and realize that you get instant access to all the videos that we drop here before they're released. So make sure y'all stay on the lookout for that. Also, my awesome, amazing Amy is in here gifting 5 memberships as well. So if you got a membership from Amy, also, y'all know what to do. Make sure that you say thank you. Go check out this members only content. Your name will be highlighted in that beautiful green in the chat as well. All right. Shout out to Amy showing up every single day, showing love and support in so many ways. I appreciate you. I love you. And thank you for all that you do. All right. We've also got Slim Life, New Jersey is up in here ready to go. She says, good morning, everyone. Thank you, ClassE and Amy, for all you do. Love you all. Let's get it. So much love in here this morning. And then we've got my guy, CPE, in the building. Look at him gifting memberships as well. Shout out to CPE. Again, y'all know what to do. Do the right thing. Be kind. Be polite. Say thank you. All right. CPE showed up and is always showing love and support. Thank you, CPE, for gifting those memberships. And for being a member and being here for such an extended time as well. I appreciate you. We got Love Me, Hate Me. We got you is in here. Who else? Taco Tuesdays in the building. We've got Michael M is in here as well. Good to see you, Michael. And shout out to all the members in the building. Mayflower's in here. We got Tatum is back in the building. Jay Buckmaster is up in here. All right. Y'all know we've got to get into it because this is breaking news. This is crazy. I cannot believe that this man, Nicholas Kassotis, is about to take the stand. And I can't believe this. And the shocking turn of events, shocking to me, maybe some of you guys saw this coming. Nicholas Kassotis is on trial, as you know, for the dismemberment and murder of his wife. Not only that, but we've went through and we've been questioning since this trial started what was going on. Why would Nick talk to the police? We saw his interrogations. He sat there for hours upon hours upon hours, willingly and knowingly talking to the police. There's audio of him talking to the police, telling these crazy stories. He told his family what was going on. He told Mindy what was going on before everything happened and went down. So it's crazy. But now he's deciding today to take the stand. And what is a shocking turn of events for me. I don't understand why he's taking the stand, why he's choosing to take the stand. We're going to find out and hear some of the reasoning now. We'll go ahead and jump right into the court coverage. There is a back and forth about a directed verdict. Obviously, Doug doing his amazing job that he's been doing as Nick's attorney is asking for a directed verdict. Obviously, that's not going to happen. There's way too much evidence that points the finger at Nick. And I can't imagine that happening in this case. But I think Doug is just doing his due diligence and asking for that. And then we'll get straight into Nick's testimony. This is wild. Get your popcorn.
Yeah, I do have some concerns about counts 7 and
this
10,
is crazy.
but with regard to all of the other counts, defense counsel has correctly pointed out, basically referring to OCGA section 24-14-9, that to authorize a conviction on circumstantial evidence, which is this case, the proved facts must not only be consistent with the theory of guilt, but also exclude every other reasonable theory other than the guilt of the accused. In that regard, the court believes there is an abundance of evidence that points to the guilt of the defendant,
absolutely,
albeit circumstantial. But that creates a jury question, and the court's going to submit it to the jury, and I will deny the motion for directed verdict as to all of those counts. Again, I have concerns about counts 7 and 10, but I'll also deny your motion with regard to those counts, and we'll submit it to the jury. All right, before we bring the jury back in, Mr. Weinstein, has your client made a decision as to whether or not he will testify this morning?
He has made a decision, Your Honor. My client wishes to testify.
Woo!
Do you mind if I make an inquiry of him?
I would appreciate you doing that, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Doug told him to shut up. I know
Sir,
he did.
I've just been informed by your counsel that you intend to testify today.
Jeez.
I do need to advise you that under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and also the Georgia Constitution, that you have a right against self-incrimination. That is, you have a right to remain silent. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you willing to give up that right and take the stand and testify under oath?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And you understand that once you testify, that you will be subject to a full, thorough, and sifting cross-examination consistent with Georgia law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Look at him, ice
Have
cold.
you had sufficient time to discuss this with your attorney?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
And is this your decision?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And it is your decision alone?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
May I also put on the record that I did advise my client of his constitutional rights with regard to this, so we had a thorough consultation.
Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, very well.
Thank you.
Please be seated.
Your Honor, in light of that, I advised the court yesterday that I might have some motions in limine with respect to Mr. Kassotis' testimony. There have been questions.
Yeah.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
There have been some questions about whether or not he would address the issue of agreeing or asking to take a lie detector test. So I would obviously, given the court's ruling, anticipate that he's not going to try to sua sponte, bring that into evidence.
Any reference to polygraph, lie detector test will be excluded.
You will absolutely not speak on those subjects, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to his competency, there have been no notices filed in any way, shape, or form concerning competency to stand trial or insanity. I have not heard counsel reference that at any point.
I don't see
but
that as an issue in this case, but
just trying to make sure that the
So she's covering her bases here and saying, listen, if they're going to get him up here and say that he's crazy, it's not going to work. We ain't doing that today. So the prosecution thinks that Doug, or I won't say Doug, that Nick is deciding to take the stand so he can look crazy and possibly get off on an insanity plea. I don't think that's the case.
form concerning competency to stand trial or insanity. I have not heard counsel reference that at any point.
I don't see
but
that as an issue in this case, but
just trying to make sure that the
That's
defendant doesn't
wild.
get up and then try to put his own competency into question upon his testimony.
That is not an issue in this case, Your Honor, and he will not be putting that into his testimony.
Okay.
thank you, counsel.
And my last question,
That was a
Your
good call,
Honor,
'cause I
is,
didn't even think about it.
There was some reference by counsel on cross-examination to Alex Murdaugh. I have absolutely no evidence submitted to them, or submitted from them to
Murdaugh?
us, that there's any reference whatsoever to that. And he appeared to be making that reference in terms of Frank Nevin IV. I have absolutely no idea whether or not that would be something he is anticipating doing, but I don't see how there's any relevance, and if there is, I would like an offer of proof.
Counsel?
May I just briefly
Yes.
consult with my client? There will be no subject matter of Alex Murdaugh brought into this testimony.
Mr. Murdaugh has his own problems.
He certainly does, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, he's indicated that,
Shout out
but
to
he's
the
not
judge.
referenced Mr. Frank Nevin IV. I have obviously no objection to him discussing any questions about his somehow involvement in this case, but it appeared that he was trying to go, counsel Mr. Weinstein was trying to go into Mr. Nevin's job history, where he worked, things of that nature. I don't see how that's relevant in any way to this case.
And I think counsel concedes.
Yeah, we are not going to get into any of, any issues with respect to Frank Mevin IV, except with respect to perhaps the living arrangements that they had, and Mr. Mevin requesting that, or forcing my client and
That's crazy.
Kassotis to leave their home.
No,
Thank you.
no objection to that. Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring
Here
the
we
jury
go.
in.
We're bringing in the jury.
Your Honor, we move the knives.
Yes.
They got to move some evidence because they still got knives up there. All right, let's go ahead and skip ahead and get into Nick's testimony. This is why I still can't believe this guy is taking the stand. Oh my goodness.
I think we got the jury.
How do y'all think this is going to go? Is it going to make things better, worse, or keep it the same?
And Your Honor, actually, can you remove all of that?
Let me ask you in the chat. Hold on.
The boxes as well.
Sure.
I got to ask you guys in the chat.
Yeah,
And let me know in the comments too if you're watching this after. I cannot believe this. He's testifying. This is crazy. All right, y'all let me know what you think.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Here we go.
All right, the state has now rested its case. Mr. Weinstein, you may proceed for the defense.
Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Nicholas Kassotis to the stand.
Oh my gosh.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Mr. Kassotis, would you please state your name and spell it?
Nicholas James Kassotis, Nicholas, and my last name is Kassotis. Though at this time that is not my legal name.
Would you please tell the jury your
Wow.
legal name?
Nicholas Killian James Stark, Stark.
That's crazy. His
And
name
would
is
you spell
Killian.
that? The Killian James and Stark.
Oh, Killian is Kilian, and James is James.
Kill.
Where were you born?
I was born in Peterborough, New Hampshire.
Where did you grow up?
Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. It is a very small town directly on the Massachusetts border. Small, rural New Hampshire. You talk about one stoplight towns, and we don't even have a full stoplight. It's one of those flashing ones.
Well, tell us about the region you grew up in. What was it like?
It's a rural area. It's heavily forested. I grew up on a dirt road, kind of in the middle of the woods. We have kind of regional high schools because all the surrounding towns are too small, so we have to put enough people together to fill a school.
What kind of recreational activities took place in that neck of the woods?
A lot of hunting, normal outdoor things, hiking, swimming. We lived about a mile from a lake.
What activities did you participate in?
I ran, I hiked. I loved being outdoors. I still love being outdoors. So a lot of kind of exploring, as some members of my family will say, sometimes getting a little too close to wildlife for my own safety, but.
Please tell the jury about your education.
After high school, I went to Boston University for college. I got my bachelor's there in 2004, and then I went to the Northeastern University School of Law, also in Boston. I got my JD, which is your basic law degree.
Following your JD, what career did you pursue?
I passed the Massachusetts bar that year and joined the United States Navy as a judge advocate.
Okay. Please tell the jury about your time in the Navy.
Yeah, I went on active duty starting in early 2008 after completing some training. We have what's called Officer Development School and then Naval Justice School, and then I reported to my first duty station in Norfolk, Virginia, where I was a defense attorney and a legal assistance attorney. While I was there, I also ran a couple of our smaller offices, and I deployed twice. I deployed once on short notice on the USNS Comfort. I was we would say the staff judge advocate. It's kind of just like an in-house lawyer for the mission commander. It was a humanitarian mission to Central America, South America, and the Caribbean on the ship for 4 or 5 months. I also deployed to Iraq, where I was stationed in Baghdad at a base called Camp Cropper, and I was doing
Thank you for your service,
issues
Nick.
related to detainees. The military captures a lot of people, and they have legal cases in Iraqi courts. They have legal rights and obligations that we have to give them. They're being interviewed by various things, and there was a lot of various legal issues that we had that I worked on.
What about your career following Iraq?
After I finished up in Norfolk, I was there on and off for 3 years with the deployments. I transferred to Region Legal Service Office, EURAFSWA, as we call it, Europe, Africa, and Southwest Asia. I was stationed in Sigonella, Sicily, at Naval Air Station Sigonella. There I was a prosecutor, and I was again, kind of a legal advisor to the commands on base, to the base commander, things of that nature.
Do y'all really care about?
Tell us about your time as a prosecutor.
All this at this point.
I handled court martials in the military, also some administrative boards, folks getting kind of thrown out. A lot of sexual assaults, unfortunately. That is the most common crime I think we see at the court-martial level in the military, but some drug use cases, thefts, things of that nature.
You mentioned sexual assault, drug use cases. Any other types of crimes that you prosecuted that you can recall right now?
Not that I can recall.
Were you also a defense attorney?
I was a defense attorney in Norfolk.
What types of crimes were you defending against there?
Also mainly sexual assaults, sometimes... I had a kind of an odd case that was somebody had refused, or hadn't refused, I would argue hadn't refused, but had not taken a required urinalysis drug test, and that wound up at a court martial. some hazing cases, kind of some interesting drug use, things of that nature. I think one assault.
Did you eventually end
Wow.
up in the Pentagon?
I did. After Italy, I was stationed at the Pentagon for a couple years. When I first got there, I was an administrative law attorney, so anytime the military is trying to promote somebody, not promote somebody, fire somebody, it requires legal review, and it would wind its way through our office on its way to the 3-star admiral who was kind of the head of our community. And after that, I stayed. I moved to the office right next door, what was then called our International and Operational Law Division. Now it's called the National Security Law Division. I was the Chief of International Affairs, I believe was my job title, and I managed international agreements that the Navy has with navies and countries all over the world.
Did you get any further education while you were with the Navy?
I did. While I was at the Pentagon, I started going at night to get my LLM, which is a master's in law, and I got that at Georgetown University Law Center in national security law, focusing mostly on cybersecurity and privacy-related issues.
Can you tell us more about cybersecurity that you studied?
Yeah, anything from cyber investigations and prosecutions to compliance. You know, what companies have to do when they retain your data, which, as you know, as I think we probably all know, companies know everything about us these days. So, you know, what they have to do to protect them, under their regulatory rules,
Wow.
how they can use things, what they're allowed to do.
At some point, did you leave the Pentagon?
I did. I left in, I want to say September of 2017. I left active duty.
And where did you go from there?
At that point, I went to a Department of the Navy job with the Board for Correction of Naval Records. When it is mostly when folks leave the military, there are other things that they do, but for the most part, when folks leave the military and don't have the discharge that they want. You know, we talk about honorable discharges, and then there are, 4 that aren't as good. Sometimes either months or years later, they want to try to upgrade that to a better discharge, and those cases are reviewed by the Board for Correction of Naval Records.
But you were no longer with the Navy at that point, is that correct?
I was not a member of the Navy. I was a civilian working for the Navy. And I was a Navy reservist at that
Best
time.
friend is back.
When did you cease being a Navy reservist?
I think officially I ceased being a Navy reservist in the fall of 2019, summer, fall of 2019, but I'm not exactly sure of that date. I had stopped drilling. And by drilling, we mean when people talk about the reserves, it's that 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. I had stopped doing that 1 weekend a month sometime before that in anticipation of leaving the reserves.
What's the process for when you leave the active duty in the Navy?
You have to write a request, and it goes through your immediate boss, and then it winds up in Millington, Tennessee, at Navy Personnel Command, where it is either you were allowed to leave or you were told no for some reason.
Is there a letter of resignation?
There
you
is a
also
letter
have
of
to submit?
recommendation.
Oh,
That's
I'm sorry. 1 second. Please let me
Oh,
finish
yeah,
the
I'm
question
sorry.
before you respond. So, is there a letter of resignation that goes along with that?
Yes, there is.
What did you state in your letter of resignation, if you recall?
If I recall, it was that I wanted more geographic stability and more professional stability. So the Navy JAG Corps puts a lot of emphasis on both moving constantly and also taking a lot of different jobs. They want people who are very well-rounded. They can plug into any job at a moment's notice, which is obviously useful for the military. But
He likes talking a
I
lot.
wanted to be able to concentrate more professionally.
When did you leave the Naval Reserve?
That was, I believe, fall 2019.
Did that also have a resignation process involving a letter?
It did.
And what did you state in that letter, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, at that point it was, I talked about some health issues that my wife Mindy was going through.
Let's go back a little bit
Okay.
to your time in the Navy. Tell us about your personal life during that time.
When I arrived in Norfolk, I was single, and several months later I met then Heather Bassett, who I later married.
Do you recall when you married?
We're going to
Heather
hear her
Bassett?
testimony later.
September 26th, 2009.
Tell us about that marriage.
It was not great. We had a lot of issues, I think, kind of throughout, to the point where I later heard the night before our wedding, she told somebody publicly that she didn't think it was going to last.
Yikes.
We had, I was deployed a lot. I was deployed for a large chunk of our engagement. I was deployed within 2 months of us getting married. I don't think either of those is also a good step for marital success. But you know, I think we had a lot of disagreements kind of throughout our marriage.
What kind of disagreements did you have?
Things about money, about career moves, about children.
What were the disagreements about children?
When we had started dating, Heather had stated that she wanted children and that it would be relatively easy for her to have children. That she had a something called PCOS. I'm not really sure what you would call it. It's not a disease. It's a
Condition.
syndrome of some type. That there were medications she could take that would make it very easy down the line for her to have children.
Did you ever have children with Miss Bassett?
I did not. No. We discussed it many times. At one point, we both got tested to see if everything was in working order, but she chose not to take the medication that and therefore we never had children. There was never a pregnancy or the attempt of a pregnancy.
When did you tell me about the end of your marriage to Heather?
In sometime in 2015, we had been having, I wouldn't even say issues because we weren't arguing, but she was gone a lot. She was spending nights at friend's house, which was unusual. She was not around much. And at one point when she was around, she asked me to help her print a document from her computer. And while I was doing that, a Facebook message popped up on it that was obviously romantic in nature. She kind of snatched it away and said, "Oh, I just remembered how to print on here." And I started, I guess, looking into what was going on. And about a week later, I confronted her. At the time, I took a recording of the conversation. But I said I knew that she was seeing somebody. She told me that she'd been seeing a coworker of hers for some time.
Dang.
A man named Anthony Thomas. And she left that day and
he
moved
put
to his
Anthony
house,
on blast.
and then kind of moved back, I believe, the next day, and we talked about
Dang.
things for a little while. She continued to see him, and then she moved out again back into his house.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did. I filed for divorce on September 1st of 2015, and it was granted about a month and a half later, if memory serves, sometime in October.
Not bad.
Were you represented by counsel during that divorce?
I was not.
Was Heather?
She was not.
Wow.
And you said the divorce was finalized about a month later?
Roughly, yes. It was October of 2015.
Do you know if Heather ever remarried following your divorce?
She did. The following day, she married Tony as
Oh,
she goes
no.
by. The man that she was seeing, that she told me she was seeing. during
Big
our
Tony.
marriage.
I knew they called him Tony. Big Tony got a.
When did you meet Mindy Kassotis?
I met Mindy on September 18th, 2015.
How did you meet?
We had met on a dating website called OkCupid, and we had talked for, I don't know, maybe a week or so, and then we met at a restaurant in Alexandria, Virginia.
Do you recall where you met?
Yeah, it's called Blackwall Hitch. It's a restaurant kind of right down by the water. It's a nice little spot.
And you eventually married Mindy Kassotis, Mindy Mabane Kassotis, correct?
Fairly
Or Mabin,
quickly,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I mean, it was, I mean, I would say within a month we were talking about marriage. Starting to look at wedding venues. It happened very quickly, and we married just over a year later, on October 9th, 2016.
At the time that you married Mindy Mabane Kassotis, you still had obligations under your divorce decree to Heather, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the specific obligations that you had?
Yes, there were two loans that we were both on. A personal loan where we had refinanced refinance some credit cards, if I remember correctly, and a Chevy Silverado. And later, I was also at that point living in the marital property and
She moved out with
making
Tony?
payments on the mortgage. But later on, she asked because that had been purchased under her VA mortgage. You know, for people who are veterans, they have the right to a VA mortgage. It had been purchased under her VA mortgage, right? So she asked me to work on refinancing and removing her from that so that she could use her VA mortgage for home purchase with Tony.
Were you able to do that refinancing?
I was not, no. I had started the process. I had paid for an attorney because there was deed work required. It was kind of a lengthy process, and by the time it
Why,
was
Tony?
reaching
Why?
fruition, a lot of other things were going wrong.
Did you fulfill any of the other obligations that were required to be fulfilled in your divorce decree from Heather?
Some of them, there was a lump sum payment, I believe, of $3,000 to pay off a bill that I paid off, and I was working on other things, but they did not come to pass.
Did Heather eventually pursue you for your failure to fulfill your obligations?
She did.
What did she do?
She filed some sort of a complaint in court saying that I was not fulfilling my obligations under a divorce decree.
How did that resolve itself?
I believed that it resolved itself in an agreement and then a payment to her.
What was the agreement on what you were supposed to pay Heather in that resolution?
In that resolution, I was supposed to pay her roughly $1.5 million.
Sheesh.
Did you make that payment?
I believed the payment was made on my behalf. I did not actually make the payment, but I saw documentation, and I believed at the time that it was made. I had no reason not to.
I
Nick
believe
made
you
a
told
deal with the
court you
devil.
had $32 million. Is that correct?
That's what I was told. That's what I had been provided documentation to show.
Let's go ahead and get into that.
Yes, sir.
We're going to talk about
You
Jim.
said things began to get weird. Can you explain that to the jury and also explain about the time frames for that?
All right, here we go. Hold on, I got to
Let's
rewind
go
this.
ahead and get into that.
Yes, sir.
All right, now we're about to
You
hear
said
about Jim.
things
I have a
began to
feeling.
get weird.
Here we go.
Can you explain that to the jury and also explain about the time frames for that?
Yes.
Wow.
In 2017, we were discussing my upcoming departure from active duty. We were discussing, starting a family, several things, and Mindy was very actively watching all of our spending because she wanted to make sure that we were in the best position financially, and she started noticing odd deductions from our accounts that that weren't tied to anything that we were doing. Sometimes they seemed to be, the ones she showed me were, they didn't even have transaction numbers. It would just say something like payment, and hundreds of dollars would go.
Weird.
At the time, we thought it was an error with our bank. We were banking with USAA at the time, and
Shout out to USA.
thought that this was some sort of a bank error that would be easily resolved.
Did you tell other people about the bank issue outside of Mindy?
At this time, I don't know that we did. We might have, but again, in early 2017, we did not think that this was a serious issue.
Did you take that up with your bank, USAA?
Mindy did. I was, at this time, both working full-time in the Pentagon, looking for jobs, and I was still taking that LLM at night, so I was kind of burning the candle at both ends, but she was taking care of Mindy was not working at this time, so she was in charge of that.
And again, when you say at this time, would you tell the jury the rough time frame of
This
the
is
USA?
early to mid-2017.
Okay. Please let me get my questions out so that the
I'm
court
sorry.
reporter can get it all down. You said 2018?
He said chill out.
2017.
2017. Anything else strange begin to happen around that time frame?
Not at that time, though. We had been having kind of some, I'll say, familial arguments. Mindy, it started with Mindy and my brother Chris, and kind of evolved over time to include our parents. It was, at that time I believed it to be kind of normal marital, a new wife, somebody that they didn't know very well, and these were kind of growing pains that we were going through.
When you say marital arguments, were those arguments between you and Mindy?
Sometimes, but more often between Mindy and my brother at this time.
Your brother, Chris?
My brother, Chris.
Okay. Any other weirdness begin to happen later?
Yes, sometime in late 2017, we had seen kind of a brief reprieve where we thought that things had, our bank had fixed the issues, that things were no longer going wrong, and suddenly it kind of restarted with a lot more than it had before, and we also started seeing vandalism at our house. I would sometimes get anonymous emails stating, that I was going to be hurt or killed. Our mail would go missing, things of that nature.
Did you ever report that to any law enforcement?
I did.
Who did you report that to?
I reported that to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How did you report it to the FBI?
On their website somewhere, they had a, report a crime, and I filed a complaint there, and I believe Mindy also filed a complaint there.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living at 3805 Adrian Drive in Alexandria, Virginia. That was the house that Heather and I had purchased while we were married, and I continued living there after the dissolution of our marriage. And then later, when I met Mindy and she moved in, we lived in that house.
Did you report it to the Alexandria Police Department?
I did not.
What county is Alexandria in?
Virginia is a little strange, but there is an Alexandria City part of Alexandria, which is, so they are their own county, and then there is a Fairfax County part of Alexandria, which is where I live.
Shout out to
Did you report it
Fairfax.
to any county law enforcement?
I did not.
A lot of Navy folks
What
out in
happened
Virginia.
after?
I'm sorry, can I say why?
He
The mail, my
interrupted
understanding,
him.
was a federal crime, as well as the banking issues, and since they all seemed, I imagine that they were all connected, I did not think going to local law enforcement would accomplish anything except for a police report.
Pardon me, but let me backtrack for a moment.
Yes, sir.
When you were at the Pentagon, was there ever any publicity surrounding your name?
There was.
What was that about?
In summer of 2016, I think about a month before our wedding, a high-profile case regarding a Marine had wound its way past my desk, and it resulted, a memo that I had been the initial author of was quoted in the Washington Post. It got a lot of attention.
Why did it get a lot of attention?
I think because of the both some of the underlying facts of the case. I wasn't involved in the underlying facts of the case, but several Marines were killed in Afghanistan by a corrupt Afghan police officer. There were some very salacious, awful personal details about him and crimes he committed against children, and it had to do with emailing classified information. That was the case that came to me, was this Marine who had retained and then emailed in unclassified form classified information. And for any of you who remember the 2016 election, that was a big issue about who was putting what on unclassified emails. So I think that kind of the timing, a couple months before that election, it was a perfect storm to get some press attention.
How, if at all, did that press attention affect you at the time?
At the time, I was in the process of applying to jobs. I'd actually had a third or fourth interview at a position I believed I was going to get, and very suddenly was not even being contacted anymore by them.
Okay, let's move back forward to the vandalism that you were experiencing. What type of vandalism was that?
Nails in our tires, a broken window, things of that nature. I mean, we wouldn't even move our cars some days, and it would have a new hole in the tire.
Was there any result of you making this report to the FBI?
Yes, there was.
What happened?
I contacted I tried to contact a former colleague who worked with the Department of Justice. I hoped that it would get us out of the bin of everybody's complaints and a bit more attention. I wasn't sure if I had managed to contact him. Just because of his job, he keeps a very low profile. But several days later, I got a call at work. This was when I was working as a civilian at the Board for Correction and Naval Records, and Mindy said that an FBI agent had come to the house.
What did you do after learning that an FBI agent had come to the house?
I asked her what they had talked about. She said that he was there in regards to what had been happening to us, that he would be returning in the near future. I don't recall everything. You know, it's been, 7 years. I'm not sure exactly what she told me that day versus what I learned shortly thereafter.
What was the name given by the FBI agent?
Jim McIntyre.
Here we go.
What happened next with respect to Jim McIntyre?
He came back a couple days later.
Did you meet with him at that time?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He came to the house. I believe he had called to schedule it to make sure that I was going to be home at the time. He seemed very thorough, very professional. He wanted to know everything that had happened. He wanted copies of the emails that we had received. He wanted specific issues with the banks. I believe we printed out screenshots of the charges that showed what had been going on, and we provided all that to him. And he said that it was something he took seriously, and that he would be investigating it.
So some random individual shows up at your house, says he's with the FBI, and claims to be a man named Jim McIntyre. What did you do to verify that information?
I didn't verify it. Mindy believed that she had seen a badge, or she told me at the time that she'd seen a badge. I had no reason to doubt that he was who he said he was. It didn't cross my mind that somebody else could have shown up at my house at that time.
They knew who he was.
What was your education again at this point in time?
At this point, I had my LLM. I had 2 law degrees and my bachelor's. I'd also worked with FBI agents in a number of different fields. I did not see anything that caused me to question that he was who he said he was. In fact, I thought that we were lucky. As this was going on, I read multiple news reports of people who had undergone cyber stalking and cyber crime.
This is kind of wild.
Often, it seemed like their big battle was getting somebody to believe what was going on, getting law enforcement to take it seriously, getting law enforcement who had jurisdiction over the crimes to take it seriously. And I thought we were lucky. I said many times how lucky we were.
What did Jim McIntyre advise you?
Over the coming weeks or months, he advised us that he believed that this Washington Post article had gotten me some attention that I was from a overseas hacking group of some sort that was targeting members of the military. He said that we should relax somewhat because he believed that the local vandalism and things of that nature were likely something they were paying kids to do or something of that nature. We were not in real danger. It was meant to be harassing us, and that he was continuing to investigate it.
Do you recall the approximate time or date that Jim McIntyre initially showed up and you had this conversation?
This was sometime in late 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Did you eventually leave your civilian job with the Navy?
Yes, I left my civilian job in February of 2018.
What did you do at that point in time for work?
At that point, I believed I was being employed by a software company that he had connected me to, that Jim McIntyre had connected me to.
He said, I believed.
What software company did you believe you were employed by?
The name changed multiple times over the years that I believe I worked there. The ending name was Apis Limited.
That I believe I was working there?
Which I believe is the Latin word for bee or something like that. Like a bumblebee or a honeybee.
Why would he point that out? Dang, he's lying, man.
Find a job.
Yeah, I believed that he was helping me because of our situation. That he knew people, which is not uncommon. Private sector and the government on criminal, especially cyber investigations, often have to work very hand in hand. And as I had talked to him, and I was hoping to find something that would allow me to work from home, because despite his reassurances that he did not think at that time we were in real danger, I was very uncomfortable leaving Mindy home alone. We had suffered a very serious car accident. She had a lot of health issues following that, and leaving my frail wife at home by herself when we're undergoing this was something that really bothered me.
When you were working for this company that eventually becomes Apis Limited, where were you working from?
I was working from home.
So this was remote work?
This was remote work.
Where were they headquartered?
I believe they were headquartered in Colorado at the time. Though I believe they were incorporated in Wyoming. I saw some incorporation documents, and that's not uncommon. Wyoming does not have a corporate income tax, the same way that most large corporations are
Dang.
headquartered in Delaware.
Amy's good.
Because of the laws.
What was your role within APIS Limited?
I was an attorney, kind of a general counsel role, though it carried with it a lot of kind of other stuff. Sometimes I would be called on to help look
This dude
through
is lying.
data, records that were being generated by the software.
What was the nature of their business?
The nature of their business was AI software development, basically using artificial intelligence software to analyze data and find connections between it.
Were you doing any coding for them at this time?
Very little. Sometimes I would be asked to look at something. I do have a somewhat of a coding background, but it was not something that I was called on regularly to do because, frankly, there were other people who were much better at it than me. I think, sometimes there are situations where everybody else knows too much about a problem, and somebody who's looking at it with fresh eyes can help. But very rarely was I asked to look at any coding.
Were you still with this company in 2019?
Wow.
Yes, I was. Sorry.
And that's about the same time that Heather is coming, finally bringing it to a head to collect this divorce obligations that you have failed to perform?
Yes.
So when you
like crazy.
agreed to pay her $1.5 million, what made you think that you had $1.5 million?
Mr. Jim McIntyre told me I did. If I could back up just a little,
Please.
Because that year, the year 2018 into early 2019, a lot had happened. In May, we were told to leave our house. He said that there were arrests being made and that there was nobody. It was a holiday weekend, I believe it was Memorial Day weekend, and that we would not. He was worried we would not be safe if we stayed there. That somebody might do something rash, and
Wow.
and we were terrified. We kind of grabbed our dog and we went down to Williamsburg, Virginia. There's a naval base right outside Williamsburg, Naval Weapons Station Yorktown, that has little vacation cabins on, and we kind of huddled down there for the weekend and came back thinking that everything was over. It was not over, obviously. Things continued. If anything, it picked up pace. The
Not buying
money
it,
going,
Nick.
disappearing, the issues with our bank accounts, the issues, with emails, mail, vandalism of our house. So
Is there any evidence
we
of
were in
that?
contact with Mr. McIntyre, or man, we knew it was Mr. McIntyre again, and he started looking for other suspects. He said at that time it was clear that somebody else was doing this, and he was casting a wider net.
Why would Jim McIntyre know how much money you had?
Because there was a large sale or licensing agreement that was completed at some point. I wasn't getting paid by this company. I was paid only in stock options, and I was told that this large sum of money was being given to me. I believe this was late 2018. Honestly, it felt kind of like a lottery ticket. It was something that I had never expected, but we had real issues with getting a large chunk of money because we couldn't put a couple $100s into our account without it going missing within a matter of minutes, if not hours. So during that time, he said he set up a trust. He showed us extensive documentation where it would be invested and care would be taken of it, and it wouldn't be anything that we could touch or until it was safe to do so, and also it would be, thankfully, something that nobody else could touch because of that.
Why is this guy
So
on the stand?
eventually you go into court in Virginia because Heather's attempting to get this $1.5 million from you, correct?
Yes, and we were dealing with two loans that were both under $20,000 and a mortgage that was about $550,000, maybe $600,000. So this $1.5 million was something that Jim had suggested to me to make an offer to her, both because in the lead up we were unsure if Heather might be involved in what was going on against us. She was one of many suspects that he discussed with us. He went into really great depth in everybody in our life, and he said this was one of those situations where if she wasn't involved, I would never have to pay her anything. It would all be forfeited when she was arrested. If she was not involved, she had suffered along with us through this. There was an effect on her life. Things that she had to deal with in terms of her employment. So,
Why would you tell the judge that Mindy was the impediment to you paying the $1.5 million?
At the time, that's what I was told.
What?
And you heard the judge warn you that you better come up with that money in the next week, correct?
Absolutely.
And what did the judge tell you would happen if you didn't come up with that money in the next week?
That I'd be held in contempt and, arrested.
Did you come up with that money in the next week?
I believed I did.
Why did you believe you did?
Because when I returned home, both Mindy and Jim McIntyre were there. I thought I was going to have to go to Atlanta to meet with Mindy. She had been gone for several days, but Jim said that this was, kind of his last investigative step.
Jim was just hanging out with Mindy, huh?
To Heather and to Mrs. Thomas, and he said that she was not involved in what was going on. That he had wired the money. I had a wire confirmation, and I had bank documents later showing that money coming out of the trust, and I assumed that everything was settled.
Do you have any of that documentation right now?
I do not anymore.
Why not?
Because we left that house later that year, and I don't know if we left it there or if it has something that we lost over time, but we moved a lot, so.
You say, when you say you left that house, you're referring
Where's
to
the
the house in
report to the
Alexandria?
FBI?
Yes, yeah.
Where are the bank
Adrian Drive
statements?
house in Alexandria, the one that Heather and I had purchased together.
So the court issue was January of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's hilarious,
When
Steve.
did you leave your house in Alexandria?
I left my house in Alexandria in late October of 2019.
And did you leave the state of Virginia at that time?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the Charlottesville, Virginia area. It's roughly 2 hours southwest of Alexandria.
Why did you move to Charlottesville?
We were looking at relocating to Charlottesville. It was an area that we both like. It's more rural. It's very pretty, and we were hoping to live there.
Where did you stay in Charlottesville?
We stayed at a rental property, and I was told that the gym, within a day or two, had rented us a longer-term rental that we could use, and that we would be moving into that.
Where were all of your personal and household effects at that time?
So we had 3 groups of stuff. We were told to leave with roughly 2 weeks of stuff because that's what it would take for us, everything else to catch up with us. We had a moving pod at the house that I personally packed up with, 90% of what we owned. And then we had some things that I was worried were too delicate to put in a pod. I called Mr. McIntyre and said, if I put this in here, it's going to be destroyed. Things like photographs, framed pictures, china. And he said to get a local storage unit, put it in there, and give him the key, and then he would help. He would have it moved later on.
What?
And was it moved later on?
I have absolutely no idea.
You weren't concerned that all of your goods?
I was very concerned about our things, but I was told it was moved, but I have absolutely no idea if it was actually moved.
And who found your place in Charlottesville?
This doesn't make any
I
sense,
found
man.
our initial rental in Charlottesville. He had found what he told us was going to be the long-term place that we were.
And where was that long-term place?
I believe it was Nelson County, or it's a little west of Charlottesville, and I haven't been there in a couple of years, so I forget the exact name of the county.
Now, you're still working for APIS Limited at this time?
I am, 12, 15 hours a day at times.
12, 15 hours a day?
Yes.
What were you doing for 12 to 15 hours a day?
Reviewing data, reviewing memos, typing memos.
Anything other than that riveting work?
No. A lot of time staring at a computer screen.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. The night that we arrived there, or possibly the next day, I was assaulted at the house that he had set up as a long-term rental. At that time, he had told me that I was being targeted by members of my family, most specifically my father, Wayne Kassotis.
Did you believe that?
I did believe that.
Why would you believe that your own father would travel to Charlottesville and assault you?
At that time, we had been looking at literally everyone in our lives. My ex-wife, Mindy's ex-boyfriend, a former boss of Mindy's best friend who had tried to assault her at one point. Anyone who might have ill will held against us.
Did you look in the mirror, Nick?
And he, at some point, he had come back to us in mid to late 2019 and said, said, you know, I have information, you know, that this is being perpetrated by your family for reasons unknown. At the time, he said he assumed it was financial because of this large amount of money that we had received. And things were very bad with my family at this point. We were, you know, we've always been very close, but things were. We weren't speaking. Things had gotten so strained that we were not in contact at all. He and somebody that he had put me on the phone with, you know, to talk about kind of.
I'm going to interrupt you for a moment to ask you to try to not use pronouns where it's unclear who you're referring to.
I'm sorry.
So when you say he, can you continue and use actual names?
Yeah. Jim had set me up to speak with somebody over the phone. I'd been in therapy before, and you know, somebody he said was a therapist who said I showed a lot of signs of repressed abuse at the hands of my family. That we had, you know, extremely unhealthy, you know, things going on within the family structure, and you know, at the time it kind of unfortunately made sense just because of how bad things were, and it was so strange and frankly so scary at the time. We had been, I mean, this is mid-2019. We had been dealing with this now for over 2 years, and it was only getting worse.
What kind of assault did you suffer?
I was attacked from behind. Somebody hit me with something hard.
Of course. He didn't see
I don't know
them.
if it was a board or a baseball bat or something, but I was hit multiple times. I was kicked in the face.
Did you seek medical treatment?
I did.
Did you make reports to law enforcement?
I believed I did. I made that night. I called Mr. McIntyre and told him what had happened. He is the one who brought me to a medical clinic the next day, the following morning.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. We were very concerned. He told us at that time that he was taking over, making all of our rental arrangements, and we started doing what we would unfortunately do for some time to come, which was moving fairly regularly. You know, packing everything up, you know, sometimes on only an hour notice, and going to another house. So we did that for, I guess we got there the beginning of November or the very end of October, and we were there until right before Christmas.
There being Charlottesville?
I'm sorry, we were in Charlottesville or the surrounding areas. I don't know that we were ever in Charlottesville proper, but we were in the surrounding areas for 2 months.
And why did you leave Charlottesville?
He said that he felt like it would be better for us to get out of Virginia for a while. After the assault, Mindy also wanted to spend Christmas with her family. Her family all lived at this point in South Carolina, the Hilton Head area. I'm not sure exactly if her parents were in that immediate area at the time, but her family would all be in Hilton Head for Christmas.
Forgive me, pronouns are the bane of my existence.
Yes,
Could you try to use a name? He is who in this instance?
He is Jim McIntyre.
Okay. So where did you move to?
Jeez.
At this point, we moved into a rental in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Who found that rental?
He did.
Who paid for that rental?
I came to learn later that Cameron Nelson paid for that rental, though at the time I believed he was paying for it.
We're going to get to Cameron Nelson later.
Why did you believe Cameron Nelson was paying for that rental?
At the time, I believed Jim McIntyre was paying for the rental.
At the time you believed it.
Yes.
Why would you believe Jim McIntyre, this FBI agent, is paying for the rental of your homes?
I assumed that he was paying for it out of our own money, but because he had access to this trust, I didn't think this was, you know, coming out of FBI funds or anything.
Why did he have access to your money?
Because he was keeping it safe for us, was our understanding.
So you moved to the Airbnb in Hilton Head. How long were you there?
I don't know that it was an Airbnb. It was a
sorry.
vacation rental. I never saw any of these rental documents. So we were there for no more than a week, and then we were told to move and go to a different rental, also in Hilton Head.
Who told you to move?
Jim McIntyre.
Why?
Because he said that if we stayed in one place too long, that we might be found, that it was dangerous.
How were you feeling at this time?
I was frankly terrified. I mean, even, you know, we had our dog Rusty. You know, bringing Rusty out to the bathroom was kind of a fraught fraud exercise. I was always worried that somebody was going to be driving by and see us. You know, I was still physically suffering the aftermath and mentally suffering the aftermath of the assault. I was absolutely terrified all of the time.
So approximately, when did you move to Hilton Head?
We moved to Hilton Head in roughly late December of 2019. It was either Christmas Eve or we might have arrived the night before that. I believe we arrived the night before, the evening of December 23rd.
And how long did you stay in Hilton Head on this portion?
We stayed in Hilton Head for just over 6 months. We left the second week of June.
And how many
And
places?
Amy pointed this out with the body language. You can see even the difference when he's talking and he's nodding his head. He's talking like this. And then certain times when he says other things, I don't know if he notices it, but you can clearly tell he's not telling the truth because he's shaking his head like this, man. Amy, I'm ruined. Shout out to our resident body language expert, Amy, giving the amazing insight that I'm seeing displayed here during this testimony. It's hard to watch.
Did you live in over that 6-month period?
I would be estimating, but 15 to 25.
You moved
Jeez.
15 to 20 times during that 6-month period.
Yes.
How would you move your things?
We had, at that time, a couple of cardboard boxes. As time went on, those obviously get destroyed. And we had plastic bins that were delivered to us. And when those would get destroyed, we would get new ones. And
Now
they
he's
would get
shaking
beat up
his head
too.
no.
Did you have a vehicle at this point in time?
At this point in time, we
Amy,
did.
what
yes.
are you
We
doing
had
to
my
me?
Chevy Silverado.
Jeez.
So of those approximately 15 places that you lived in Hilton Head during this time, early 2020, how were those places procured?
By Mr. Jim McIntyre. We never knew when we would move. We never knew when we would move out. Sometimes we would be in a place for 6 or 7 weeks. You know, those were rare but wonderful, and sometimes it would be every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes with literally an hour to pack. He would say, "You have to be out of the house in an hour. This is where you're going. This is the code to get in. You know, pack your things."
Crazy.
Why did you believe Jim McIntyre was paying for all these places?
I believed that the money was being paid for us. I believed that he was protecting us because of this investigation.
How did Jim McIntyre get Cameron's credit card information?
I have absolute-
Let me just finish
Okay,
the question,
sorry.
please. In order to have Cameron pay for all of this,
I have absolutely no idea.
did you provide it to him?
I did not.
But Cameron provided you with her credit card information, correct?
Yes, Cameron provided me with a physical credit card as well as the billing address.
These are Doug is basically redoing his intake questions for this guy. It's like going back through. I know I already asked you this 6 times, but let's review this again.
I believed we were using for food from time to time.
Oh
and
man.
2 initial rentals when we had first left our home. One in Alexandria where we stayed while I was packing up the home, and then the first one in Charlottesville where I thought we would be. And I specifically reached out to her about those 2 rentals, and then I did not think that we were putting anything else large on that card, so we did not talk about it for some time.
You gave Jim McIntyre access to your financials?
I gave Jim McIntyre access to literally everything. I believed because of the investigation and that it was necessary. Financial, you know, my bank accounts, my email accounts, my social media accounts, absolutely everything. And so did Mindy.
I'm sorry, tell me the full list, if you will, of everything that you gave Jim McIntyre access to.
He had access to our home. He had a spare key to our home as well as the alarm code while we lived there.
Oh my gosh!
He had all of our bank accounts, you know, USAA and a couple others that we had tried to pick up to do that. He had at this point our mail. We had initially moved our mail to a post office because of the constant issues we had getting our mail. You know, it would just sometimes for days we would not get any mail, and then we would get things that slipped through that said, well, you haven't paid this bill that we hadn't received. Shortly before we left, we moved our mail to a service down in Florida that would scan it and hold on to it for you, let you know what it was. So he had access to that. All of our social media, both of our social media, anything from Reddit to Twitter to Instagram to Facebook. He also had our Signal. So Signal is a encrypted messaging app. I know we've heard a little talk about it. You can mirror Signal from your phone to a computer, so that you could use either the phone or the computer. He had us mirror our Signal accounts to professional computers of his, so that he could monitor those conversations as well.
Okay. I'll ask you to just slow down just a little bit to make sure the court reporter gets everything.
Yes, sir.
This is crazy.
So eventually you leave Hilton Head, correct?
Yes, in late May of 2020, Mindy had a large argument with her brother and then a smaller argument with her parents, and said that she didn't feel like she wanted to stay in the area anymore. And Jim asked us how we felt about Charleston, South Carolina.
When you say not wanting to stay in the area, her family was in that area?
Yes, her family was in the area.
Who lived in that area?
Her brother Frank the Fourth, a lot of Franks. Frank the Fourth, and then his wife Megan at the time. And they are, to my understanding, still married. I mean, at the time, because they had a child later. And I believe that Mindy's parents and her youngest brother Matthew also lived in the area at the time.
What is this guy talking about?
And Frank the Third, and then Matthew, who is, I guess at this point in his early 20s. But back
they
then
had
he
a
was in
child
still high
later.
So in that first half of 20.
His wife. Again, Amy's got me in body language expert mode. Amy, what was that? They were married, and then at the time, it's still his wife, but then they had a child later? What does that even mean?
I mean, at the time,
he's talking too much, man. I gotta rewind.
A lot of Frank.
What is he even What is he even talking about?
How we felt about Charleston, South Carolina.
When you say not wanting to stay in the area, her family was in that area?
Yes, her family was in the area.
Who lived in that area?
Her brother Frank the Fourth, a lot of Franks. Frank the Fourth, and then his wife Megan at the time. And they are, to my understanding, still married. I mean, at the time, because they had a child later. And I believe that Mindy's parents and her youngest brother Matthew also lived in the area at the time. Her parents.
What does that mean?
Frank the Third, and then Matthew, who is, I guess at this point in his early 20s, but back then was still in high school.
So in that first half of 2020 period,
it's his wife at the time, but I mean they had a child later.
You had with Frank the Fourth and Megan.
I'm confused.
I thought it was generally quite good, though. When he and Mindy had their large argument, I didn't speak to them. You know, it's kind of, you know, if your wife is fighting with her brother, you don't talk to her brother.
What?
You let them deal with it.
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense.
Again, I'm sorry. Would you tell me again where did you move after May of 2020?
We moved very briefly to Charleston, South Carolina.
Why did you move to Charleston?
It was
What
something
year
that
was
Jim had
this?
suggested. You know, how we asked how we felt about it. Neither of us had ever been to Charleston, and we said we would try it.
Weird.
What kind of work, if any, was Mindy doing at this time?
Mindy was not doing any work at this time.
Why not?
She had left her job shortly before we got married. And it was not a healthy office environment. She had briefly run an events company in Virginia, but that wasn't really work she enjoyed. It was just something that she did, I think, to keep busy. And she had launched a podcast, but after the first season of that, because of everything else that was happening, she did not do the work for the second season.
While you're moving 15 times in Hilton Head, who knows how many times after that, you'd mentioned strange things earlier. Were strange things continuing to happen to you?
I mean, we still did not have access to any of our bank accounts. We couldn't even log into our bank accounts. You know, we tried on various occasions, and, you know, it would say, you know, the password doesn't work. If we reset the password, we wouldn't even get the email. But other than that, like, physically, we were not still having the, you know, the damage to the houses that we were in, anything like that.
Okay. How long are you in Charleston?
We are in Charleston for only a week.
Why only a week?
A couple things. Mindy had Mindy throughout this stretch had some health issues. She'd been very sick back in February, and then had something that we just didn't understand in June. Was at the hospital for a couple days, but neither one of us really liked Charleston. I'm not a city guy, so it was a little too developed. You know, not enough
What?
privacy. So
Charleston?
we said to Mr. McIntyre that, you know, it wasn't a place that we thought that we would
Charleston, South
see
Carolina.
ourselves long term, and he said that he would find something else. And a day or two later, he came up with Beaufort, South Carolina.
You reference, we'll get to Beaufort in a
I
moment.
know these places very well. This guy's
You
tripping.
reference Mindy's health issues. What health issues was
Charleston
she having
was
at
too
this time?
developed.
She got very sick in February. You know, over the course of 2020, I, you know, did kind of extensive spreadsheets on when I thought she had different symptoms. She had, you know, at the time what appeared to be a very nasty cold.
Shaking his head
but,
no again.
You know, later I questioned whether it might be COVID. And then in June, the week we spent in Charleston, she had some sort of I don't know what you would call it, a spell. She started shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were very, very large. Her pupils dilated almost to the edge of her eyes. I was absolutely terrified.
So what kind of treatment, if any, did she get for that?
I was told that she went to the there's a large hospital in Charleston, and I forget what it's called. I think it's affiliated with a college or university, but I was told she was brought there, that they tested her extensively and couldn't find anything over the period of 2 or 3 days, and she was better and returned.
This is all very passive voice. You didn't take her to the hospital?
I did not. Mr. McIntyre took her to the hospital. This was a concern of ours throughout, that when she was seeking medical treatment, because of our insurance, because of our last names, that this was going to pop up somewhere that could potentially be used to identify us.
Guys.
Stop the cow.
Guys. This makes no sense. Are y'all buying this? Do you guys believe this? I don't. Jim took her to the hospital?
You say because of your insurance. What insurance did you have in 2020?
At this point, I believe we had Medicaid or Medicare. I had not procured it, so I'm not 100% sure. Mr. McIntyre had signed us up, and
Do you recall what state that?
it was in Virginia. We still had Virginia driver's license. We were still registered to vote in Virginia. We you know, he told us that we would maintain that until we settled somewhere where we knew we were going to settle. This was kind of a moving target to find out where we were going to end up.
So who decided to leave Charleston?
We told Mr. McIntyre that was not a place we wanted to stay long term, and therefore, if we could, a city, especially if you're very concerned about your safety, there's a lot more people moving around, there's a lot more traffic, it did not do anything to calm us.
So where'd you go next?
We went to Beaufort, South Carolina. It's a little town, I guess probably 45 minutes to an hour northeast of Savannah.
And how long were you at Beaufort?
We were in Beaufort for 8 months until mid to late February of 2021.
Where did you stay in Beaufort?
Again, we moved regularly, probably another 15 to 20 places there.
And how did you procure those places to reside?
Mr. McIntyre procured those places.
Oh my gosh.
Now this time we had learned that Miss Nelson was paying for those places.
How did you learn that?
In April, so 2020 was the COVID year. In April, she had sent.
She is who?
Cameron Nelson had sent had sent Mindy and I a message saying that because her husband runs restaurants, and at the time it looked like all restaurants might be shutting down for the foreseeable future, that she would not be able to keep paying for our rentals if things did not change quickly.
Did you learn at that time exactly how much money she had lent you up to this point?
I had not, no. I was livid. It was at this time that we learned that Mr. McIntyre was not a federal agent.
How did you learn that?
I had a conversation with him as to why this was, why he was charging a friend of mine's card. Why wasn't there, either coming from our own money or some sort of official fund. Why this was happening. And I made some reference to wanting to speak to his superior, and he said, Nick, I'm not an FBI agent. Why would you think that?
What?
Did you continue to maintain your relationship with him after you found out about this?
We did, after following, probably the worst argument that Mindy and I ever had.
What was that argument about?
He moved us in the days after that to a rental that we were not happy with. At this point, we were living with Mindy's father and mother, Betsy and Frank III, as well as Matthew, the youngest brother. He had moved us to a rental that we were not happy with, but for the first time, we actually had a rental agreement that showed how long the rental had been paid for. It was a different company than I think that they were normally procured through. So for the first time, we knew that we had, I forget if it was a week or a week and a half, and I said this is, we shouldn't be dealing with this anymore. Like we have a week or a week and a half. We've got to figure out a plan. We've got to, cut ties with Jim. Like I feel like I've been lied to for years.
But you didn't cut ties with Jim, correct?
We did not. No, Mindy felt that Jim was our, our angel. She said, he had made mistakes, but we would be in the position to fix all those mistakes. And if we stopped working together, then who knows, if his resolve to see this end in our favor was going to go away. What would we be doing in the meantime? She when I said, I think we can figure this out, but she got out of our truck and walked all the way to her brother's house. It was like 5 or 6 miles.
Did you inquire of Jim McIntyre why he was doing all of this work for you if he was not with the FBI?
Absolutely.
What did you learn?
I learned that he was the majority investor in this company that I was working for. He also said that he had worked extensively with the FBI, and I had many phone calls with people I believed to be, even following that FBI agents.
You mentioned living with Betsy and Frank III, correct?
Yes.
When did you first live with them?
This would have been April, right around the time of the COVID shutdowns, the first COVID shutdown. So late March, early April of 2020, Frank III had a knee surgery, and he was living with Frank IV at the time, but given that entire house is on 3 levels and the living levels are all a full level up in the air from the garage area, then he was not going to be able to get up those stairs following his surgery and was not going to be able to maneuver around the house following the surgery. So we asked Mr. McIntyre to ensure that we had a 1-level rental that had enough bedrooms, and Frank and Betsy came, and Matthew came as well. I think he was a high school kid. I think he kind of enjoyed sleeping somewhere away from home.
Wow.
So what was the point where you were living with Frank IV, in Frank IV's home?
That was not until the following February.
Okay. So you leave Beaufort, South Carolina, February of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then where do you go?
We go to Frank IV's house in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How long are you at Frank IV's house?
16 months. We leave in June of 2022.
How much were you paying him to stay there?
We were not paying him to stay there.
Did you feel like a freeloader?
I absolutely did.
Why didn't you pay him any money to stay in his home?
We had no money to pay him.
I thought you have a job with Apis Limited.
Yes, that job, I was told was generating money, but we did not have a bank account at this point. We did not have access to any of these funds. We asked multiple times for Jim to send money to Frank to offset the cost. We understood that there was food, there was dog food, involved in this, but he said he always said he would look into it, and then he would always say, if I do this, it's potential that somebody's going to learn where you are.
Why did you leave Frank IV's home?
He filed to evict us from the home.
Why did he have to take that step?
I didn't think he had to take the step, but there had been a lot of discussions about when we were leaving. We would be given a date, then the date would pass, and I think he got tired. He got tired of waiting.
When did you eventually leave Frank IV's home?
I believe it was June of 2022.
And where did you go after you left Frank IV? Oh, let me go back to Frank IV's home. Who all was living in Frank IV's home at the time you were living there?
Yeah, it was myself and Mindy. Betsy, Mindy's mom, was living there the entire time we were there, as well as Frank IV and his wife Megan and their daughter Harper, who had been born in late 2020. I think September 2020, if memory serves. At some point, Frank the third also moved into the house after we had been there maybe 6 to 9 months. I don't remember the exact date. Matthew never lived there. Matthew had finished high school in Dublin, Georgia, and while he visited, multiple times, he then was going to a junior college somewhere in Georgia.
When you left in June of 2022, where did you? Oh, let me go back. At this time, when you were living with Frank IV, again, was there any of this weirdness, strangeness that you described going on then?
No, actually, this was the safest place we had felt in some time, both because of Frank IV's background, the security at the house, and the setup of where the house was located.
And very briefly, what is Frank IV's background?
He's a police officer.
Where did you go when you left in June of 2022?
We went to a La Quinta hotel in, actually I think this one was a motel in Savannah for 5 days, and then we moved to a La Quinta hotel in Savannah. I believe they're both in what's called the Midtown area, but I don't know the Savannah neighborhoods that well to be sure.
Who found the first La Quinta that you moved into?
Mrs. Betsy Mebin.
Who paid for that?
She paid for that first one, for those 5 days, and then I believe she paid for 2 days at the second one.
Why did you move from the first La Quinta to the second?
We were coming up on the weekend, and she told me to go in and book us for the weekend, and when I went in, the price was much more than I anticipated it would be. So I contacted her, and she said, no, that's way too high. And then she contacted the other one and found their prices for the weekends to be significantly lower, and said she would come and pick us up and move us.
Do you know why Jim McIntyre didn't find you a place to live?
We were very angry with Jim at this time.
Why?
Because we felt that he had made this situation with Frank, untenable. Frank IV untenable. Jim had made the situation with Frank IV untenable.
Here we go.
By promising things and then not delivering on them for a long time, and we were trying to assert some boundaries with him.
Okay. Where did you go after the second
Doug said,
La Quinta?
okay.
After the second La Quinta, we moved into the house at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah.
Who found that house?
I found that house.
How did you find it?
On Airbnb.
Who paid for that Airbnb?
I paid for that Airbnb.
You had no income. How did you pay for that Airbnb?
At that point, I did have income. I had sold a short story to Sony Pictures and had made several $100,000, and we had managed to
What
get
was the story?
that money, and one of our boundaries with Jim was we were going to understand where we lived, how long we lived there, and we were going to pay for it.
Was that short story fact or fiction?
That was fiction.
What type of fiction was it?
What was the story?
Horror fiction, dark fiction,
Would you describe...
scary stories.
I'm sorry.
I said scary stories.
Yeah, would you describe what dark fiction is?
Yeah, it's horror, thrillers, things of that nature. Stories that are meant to be scary and exciting.
How did you get involved in that?
I had read it for, pretty much my entire life, and then I started writing it as a hobby. I'm not exactly sure. 2016, 2017. Nothing at that point that I anticipated being anything more than a hobby that was shared, anonymously on Reddit.
Yeah, How did you publish those short stories?
Later, I published several, but at the time, I would just post them on Reddit, and people would comment on them, and it was just kind of fun and kind of an escape.
Would you describe what Reddit is?
Reddit is a largely text-based website that has little sub-communities on basically everything. There was a well-known sub-community on there called No Sleep that is people sharing a specific type of scary stories. One's written basically from the viewpoint of the person that is telling them.
You can tell he loved it too.
Almost all, if not all,
No.
entirely fictional.
What was the name of the short story that you licensed to Sony?
My mother-in-law is poisoning me, and then I found out why.
All right, we got to look that up.
What's the name of the mother-in-law?
Betsy.
How'd you come up with that name?
Betsy was my mother-in-law.
What was your relationship like with Betsy?
Fantastic.
Can you describe the plot of that short story?
Yeah, a young woman is married to somebody, and she feels like she's being poisoned by his mother-in-law every time she visits his in-laws' house, and nobody believes her, and over time it all comes to a head. It turns out that the mother-in-law is giving her something to make her sick because
Jesus.
the mother-in-law is concerned that the husband is going to kill her for insurance money. The mother-in-law is the hero of the story. She is keeping her safe and sick and in the house so that the evil husband, who winds up dying at the end of the story, does not bring her out and kill her for money.
Is the evil husband modeled after you?
No.
Okay, but
How much did you sell that to? How much money did you get selling that short story to Sony?
$300,000.
Was that the complete amount that was paid by Sony?
No. The complete amount was $400,000.
What happened to the other $100,000?
Lawyers, managers, agents.
When did you receive the $300,000 from Sony?
Late June of 2022.
And how did you receive that money? In what form?
It was sent to a bank account that Mr. McIntyre had said he was comfortable with their security, that he was going to help keep safe. Renaissance Bank. I believe there's one right across the street from here.
I thought you told law enforcement that Jim McIntyre facilitated giving you that money.
He facilitated in that, he made sure that I could get it safely. He also said that he was involved. The original story got picked up by Sony because it went kind of viral. It was featured on a TikTok channel. I don't use TikTok, but
I've got it pulled up on Reddit
there,
too.
And then from there, it spread
dropped
to
the link
Twitter.
too.
He said that he was working with some, I don't know what you would call it, web-based companies that are designed to get attention on certain things.
Give me a second, guys.
Now, you said that you had learned prior to this that actually Cameron's credit card had been used to pay for a lot of your rentals and expenses, correct?
Yes, that's true.
So when you received that $300,000, how much of that did you give to Cameron?
I did not give any of that to Cameron.
And why not?
Because I believed that there was more money coming shortly thereafter, and that this was the money that we were going to both get ourselves settled with and get Mindy's parents settled with.
When did you move in, approximately, when did you move into the Airbnb on East 65th Street?
Late June of 2022. I believe it was the 26th or 27th.
Can you describe that Airbnb?
Yeah, it's a small house, one level. You walk up 2 or 3 steps to get in, and then it enters into a small living space. There's a sofa along that front wall. Sorry, I'll stop gesturing. I know that the record can't pick it up. Directly across from there is a small hallway. In the center of the hallway, there's a bathroom with a shower. And on either ends of that hallway, there are the two bedrooms of the house. To your right, there's what appears to be a small extension with another bathroom that contains a bathtub and the washer and dryer. If you continue to your left, it kind of makes an L shape, though if you look at the house from above, it is a rectangle because of those bedrooms. You have your kitchen, a small eating area, and then around that corner, you have another living area with a TV and access to the backyard.
Can you describe the backyard?
Backyard, it was nice. It was fairly large. It had a chain link fence all the way around. There was a large tree. There were neighbors fairly close on either side that we could see, but it was a family on one side and a kind of a construction area on the other side, and then it backed to a lane where they would collect the trash from, and people would sometimes drive down it.
We've seen a lot about a Ford Explorer. When did you purchase that Ford Explorer?
I purchased that Ford Explorer in late July of 2022.
And where did the funds come from to purchase that Ford Explorer?
From Sony, from that picture contract, movie contract.
Who lived in that house, the Airbnb on 65th Street?
Myself and Mindy, and Frank III and Betsy. We all moved in on the same day.
And do you know why Frank III and Betsy were living with you then?
Because they had also been told that they had to leave Frank IV and Megan's house, and they did not have a place to go.
So there's 4 of you living in this house plus Rusty, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't mean to leave off Rusty. How was your relationship?
With Rusty?
Between the 4 of you.
Oh, between the 4 of us? For the
He
most
said
part, it
with
was
Rusty.
very good.
Jesus, Nick.
Mindy sometimes had a difficult relationship with her father. They would have arguments, and these were kind of long-standing things that went back to her youth, her college days, things of that nature. But we all got along very well, and Mindy was exceptionally close with her mother.
What were you doing for work at this time?
I was continuing to work for Apis at this time. At this point, the name had changed to Apis.
My goodness.
And what was Mindy doing at this time?
Mindy was not working at this time. She would make phone calls or things that Jim told her to do, and that was kind of regular throughout. But I believe those to be about our situation, not about any sort of work she was doing.
Can you describe the average day for you and Mindy while y'all were living there?
Yeah, absolutely. I would wake up generally around 8:30, 8:45. That was generally the time that Frank and Betsy would leave, so that Betsy could go to work. They only had one car, so Frank would bring her to work and then come home, so he would have a car during the day. So I think I would normally hear them leaving and get up. I would bring Rusty outside to the bathroom. I would make coffee, and I would start working. I would take a break to take a shower midday, have a bite to eat, and I would continue working until generally 1 or 2 in the morning.
And did you leave the house during that time?
Not
on an average day, would you?
On an average day, I would say no, but as time went on, I did leave the house more. But sometimes I would go out to pick up something that we needed for the house or pick up food. But on an average day, especially when we first got there, we had everything delivered, and I would go out very little.
And what about Mindy? What did you observe about her average day?
On her average day, she would not leave the house at all.
Why not?
She was terrified that she would be killed if she did.
Why was she terrified she would be killed? Do you know why she was terrified she would be killed?
Jim told her that while he felt that at this point my family was going to wanted to get me back in the fold, so to speak. He said that's why I hadn't been killed in Charlottesville when I was assaulted. But he said that they viewed Mindy as an impediment, and that they would have killed her had they had the chance.
You left the house.
I left the house.
Weren't you terrified to leave the house?
I was always terrified to leave the house. But I believed Mindy to be pregnant.
Wow.
Throughout this, and I don't know. It was my job.
Well, let's talk about that. Why did you believe Mindy to be pregnant?
Mindy told me that she was pregnant.
When did she tell you she was pregnant?
we were still at Frank and Megan's when she said she had taken a pregnancy test and that it was positive.
Did you see the test?
I don't know if I saw that test. I'd seen a test before, but I may have, I may not have. I just don't remember.
Bruh, you're gonna remember. Ugh. You don't remember if you saw the pregnancy test? Nick. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. How do you not remember? Bruh, this guys, I can't. I'm trying to do this. Let's go ahead and get back into this testimony from Nick. They're talking about now Mindy when she was pregnant, what happened, how he found out, and now I guess we're going to get into her disappearance and him getting her ashes from some random person on the side of the road. This is embarrassing.
Had she ever previously been pregnant?
She had, roughly a year before, July of 2021. We had lost a baby.
Don't remember if you saw the pregnancy test? This is crazy.
Did the two of you, well, let's start with you. What people outside this immediate family unit of 4 folks were you in communication with?
At this point, Cameron Nelson, Angela Wynn. Sometimes we would talk to. We had some other friends that we didn't talk to as much. A couple of friends of mine from law school I would contact once in a while. Mindy's friends Angela and DJ, her friend Elizabeth. But I would say, most of our real communications, I'll say, talking to people were with those people.
Tell me about your relationship with Cameron Nelson.
Cameron is.
I can't believe this.
Cameron has always been both a friend and a mentor.
Shaking his head again, Amy.
Cameron, as an attorney, as an officer, as a human being, is somebody I've always wanted to emulate. I frankly think the world of her.
Jesus.
What about your relationship with Angela Wynn?
Angela and I were always friendly. I liked Angela a lot. We didn't know each other as well. By the time I met Mindy, Angela had
her
moved
kids
to
called you
Tennessee,
Uncle Nick.
So, I saw her on various visits, our wedding, and then I would talk to her sometimes online. But so we didn't get a chance to know each other quite as well. But I've always thought very highly of Angela.
Yeah, again, that can't hit. Angela testified that her kids called him Uncle Nick. Come on, man.
How did you communicate with Cameron?
All right, whatever.
Through Signal.
Why Signal?
Because we were told that our communications, especially our communications with friends and family, should be through Signal.
Are you aware of any communication that Mindy had with people outside the home?
No, that's not something we would talk about generally. I knew that Mindy talked to people. I could hear her on the phone. Sometimes she would mention talking to somebody by name, but the scope of these conversations was not something that we ever discussed.
Did the two of you ever socialize with people from outside the home while you were living at 65th Street?
Never.
Why not?
Because we were scared to. Frankly, the only people I thought knew precisely where we were at this time were Frank and Betsy, who literally lived with us, and Jim.
Okay. Let's begin to approach the time of Mindy's murder.
Yes, sir.
You purchased a shovel at Home Depot at the beginning of November, I believe November 4th. Why?
I was trying to do some work in the crawl space of the house just to prevent future issues with the mosquitoes that we had been plagued with when we moved in, and that I was trying to find a permanent solution to before we left.
Please tell the jury about the mosquito issue.
Yeah, when we moved in, there were mosquitoes in the house. At the time, we didn't think anything of it. It's Georgia in the summer. You're going to have mosquitoes. In August, Frank and Betsy had gone away for 2 or 3 weeks. They went up to Illinois or Wisconsin to see Matthew play baseball in a summer league he was in. And things got exponentially worse with the mosquitoes while they were gone. I had bought one of those little lamps that attract them and put it in the bathroom where we seemed to be having more. And I opened the bathroom one night and there were thousands of mosquitoes in the bathroom. It really does attract them, but they were coming up. At that time, we realized that the vanity in the bathroom had, when it was installed, they had cut a large hole in the wall that was open to the crawl space under the house and had not patched it up. So they were coming up literally under the vanity.
And did you attempt to correct that?
I did. I did
I
multiple
can't believe
things
what I'm hearing.
in the house to correct it.
How did you attempt to correct it?
Temporarily, I tried to just temporarily I did just duct tape it over. Then we went about trying to seal it in different ways with foam, with spackle, at one point with wood, but that didn't work out at all.
I wonder
we
why.
were also concerned at various points that the mosquitoes were getting into the HVAC system because we would sometimes see them popping out of the little vents up in the ceiling. So I went, one morning I bought a step ladder and I went around the entire house and I fit window screens with tape over the interior, all of those, so that if they were getting in somewhere, they would not be able to get out into any of the rooms in the house.
Tell me about the time around Thanksgiving. What was going on in your house then?
Mindy was not doing well. Her pregnancy was, what I believe to be her pregnancy was very difficult. She had a lot of health issues. I was helping her take her blood pressure every night. I was helping her get in and out of bed. I thought that she was really physically struggling, and I was trying to help her and trying to ensure that she was okay, that she and the baby were okay.
Okay. Did you travel out of town over Thanksgiving?
No.
Did anyone in the house travel out of town over Thanksgiving?
Betsy and Frank traveled out of town.
Do you know where they went?
I believe they went to Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Do
Wow.
you recall when they left?
They left the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The day before Thanksgiving, that would be.
And when did they return?
They returned the Sunday after Thanksgiving. So 3 days after Thanksgiving.
Do you recall the date?
I do. I could figure it out.
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
What were you doing and Mindy? What were you and Mindy doing while your in-laws were in Hilton Head?
Really nothing. I mean, I made some food for Thanksgiving. Mindy,
Wow.
had a very hard time standing upright for any length of time. So we might have watched
Why is
some
that?
TV. Sometimes we would do that if we had the house to ourselves, because the TV was out in the room. Y'all have seen some pictures of it. It's got 2 chairs and the futon. That was generally the room that Frank the third and Betsy sat in and watched TV. I worked in the other living room that didn't have a TV. It had the couch. So, but if they weren't home, then we would sometimes sit in there and watch something if she was feeling up to it.
And during that Thanksgiving weekend, were you ever away from your home?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to look at some apartments. We were trying to leave the area, and we were trying to find a place for Frank and Betsy to live when we left the area, because we wanted to make sure that they were taken care of. We didn't want to leave them in the lurch as
He was
we thought that
poisoning
they
her.
had been left in the lurch before.
Where did you
Is
go?
that
to
where the
look for
NyQuil
homes?
comes in?
I believe I looked at a home in Savannah, and I believe I looked at a home in Hilton Head. But I during this time frame, I looked at multiple homes for them, both online and in person. So I'm not exactly sure if that's where I went.
Okay. Did you ever hear from Mindy while you were away from home Thanksgiving weekend?
Yes, I did.
What did you hear?
I got a message from her that she was leaving the home, that she was concerned, and she was going to get medical attention.
Did you rush home to assist her in getting medical attention?
I did not. I asked her if she thought I should come back, and she said that she didn't need, that she was going to be picked up and that she was all right.
Did she tell you where she was going to get medical attention?
We had discussed it in prior days that she was going to be taken to a birthing center, that a doctor or the man I believe to be a doctor who had been seeing her in the home worked at or was affiliated with in some way. Mr. McIntyre was comfortable with that because we were very scared again about the medical issues, with insurance, with payments, with our location being found.
So you're still in communication with the person you call Jim McIntyre?
That's
Oh,
wild.
absolutely.
Amy said maybe he was keeping her drugged so he could
and not
manipulate
just
her
about
even
this.
more.
I mean, other than Mindy, he was the person I spoke to more than anyone else for years. He knew, personal things about me, stresses, issues with Mindy's family when there were the arguments there. I mean, we didn't just talk like, oh, people are trying to kill you, how do you feel about that? It was the kind of conversations you would have with a close friend.
Who found Mindy's doctors?
Mindy did, I believe.
Do you know the names of her doctors?
I do not.
Who found the birthing center?
I believe that came from Mindy's doctor.
Okay. What did you find when you returned home during Thanksgiving weekend?
Mindy was gone.
When was the next time you heard from Mindy?
I continued to receive signal messages from Mindy over the next several days.
What were the contents? What was the contents of those messages?
I was told on I believe Sunday that I should be preparing to leave again. This was something that had come up multiple times where we were told to pack, and then a few days later we would unpack. It was a constant hassle and stress. But I was told to pack just the things that we would need just for a couple of days.
Lisa said, "What an involved
that
husband."
We might be leaving very quickly. Very quickly.
It's intricately involved.
And who had told you to prepare to leave?
I believe that came from Mindy, or I believed at the time that came from Mindy.
He knew Mindy inside
Why
and
would
out.
Mindy direct you to leave the home, if you know?
Because I thought we were leaving the home. Our plan had never been to stay in Savannah. That was a temporary spot, and I believed that we were going to be leaving in the near future. And I believed that based on what she was being told, that was happening.
Where were you planning on moving to?
At the time, we were planning on moving to Missouri.
What did you plan on doing once you got to Missouri?
Have the baby and settle there and try to put our lives back together to an extent. We'd get to see family and friends that we hadn't seen, or we had we hadn't seen some of our friends in years.
Well, you already said that. When did you next see Mindy?
I never saw Mindy again.
Why not?
I got messages Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday that I thought were from her. Everything seemed positive, and Thursday said...
Who had her phone?
I received a phone call and was told she'll be ready to pick up this afternoon. I'd sent her a few messages that hadn't heard back. I assumed she was either napping or undergoing some sort of test that she didn't have her phone with her.
Who has Mindy's phone?
That evening, Thursday, December 1st, I was told that she had died.
Who told you that she had died?
A man at a medical clinic of some sort that I went to.
Where was the medical clinic you went to?
Somewhere in Savannah or the greater Savannah area. I don't know Savannah very well. So
Jim had her
What was the
phone,
name
of course.
the man that
Of
told you
course.
that?
I do not recall.
Tell me about what happened when you got to the birthing center and spoke to this man.
I was brought back. He's kind of waiting for me. I was brought to an office, and I assumed I was getting, like I'd gotten before, with various medications or various tools of like the blood pressure cuff that I tested her with, that I was going to get some sort of instruction on aftercare. And he sat me down and said, I'm very sorry to tell you that Mindy passed away very suddenly today.
What was this man's name?
Asked to see her?
I did.
What was the result of that?
He said I could not at that time.
He closed his eye. Y'all saw this? He was powering up. He said, "Time to activate tears. Here we go. Tear time. Okay, I'm ready." Not buying it, Jim.
Standing leaving. I don't recall his exact words. I was an absolute wreck. My But my understanding was that there was going to be an autopsy, so I
Activate
assumed that she was
tears.
being prepped for that, or she had already been transported somewhere for that.
How did you
Tears.
feel when you were told you couldn't see your wife?
I was distraught, but I believed that I was going to see her I believed that I would get a chance to see her.
What did you do next?
He had me sign some forms that I believed were for the autopsy, some sort of a release, and then I drove home.
How were you told she died?
At that time, I was not. He said that she had died very suddenly, that she had been brought back from some testing and had gone to the bathroom, and that the nurse was called away before she was done in the bathroom, and that by the time they came back to rehook her up to her machines, she had passed away, and that was why no alarms had been raised at the time, I guess.
Okay, so you said you drove home.
Tear
from
activation
the,
failed.
Yes.
What happened when you got home?
I spoke to Frank and Betsy immediately. I mean, Betsy, I walked in and Betsy said, "Oh my God, is it the baby?" Like she could just see from my face that something was horribly wrong, and I started sobbing.
And you eventually told them?
Yes, I did.
What happened after that conversation? What did you do?
He said, "I solved it.
contacted
Jim did
I
it. We can all go home."
Shortly thereafter, and told him what had happened.
Yeah.
And he said that he would find out what happened. He said he was so sorry for me. And then I honestly, I think I got drunk.
What did you do next?
Sometime either the following day or the day after, we had started to reach out to friends. I believe I reached out to Cameron and to Angela first. I met with Jim. He said he wanted to give me the results right away. Could I meet him somewhere outside Savannah? And I assumed it was the closest point, and that I would get the news quicker on what had happened. I remember talking to Betsy on my way out because she said, do you think we should be? She worked at Hunter McLean at this time in downtown Savannah. She said, "Do you think we should be looking for a lawyer?" And I said, "Absolutely. Like, I am very unhappy with the care. Like, how do you leave a woman who's who had all these health issues alone for any length of time where she's not being monitored? Like, I absolutely at that point wanted her to start that process.
No, we don't know,
Did
Jim.
you find a lawyer?
No, we did not, because of my conversation with Mr. McIntyre that day, or the next day. It was Friday or Saturday.
At some point, did you travel down to the Liberty County area?
I believe so.
Why?
This was on Tuesday, I believe, Monday or Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday, based on the other things. And I had been told to bring the two bins that we had to a house. I assumed it was somebody who worked at this birthing center or somebody Jim was familiar with. And this was something we had done before, where we were going from point A to point B, and some or all of our stuff went to point C in between. So I brought them down. I met with a gentleman and delivered them to him.
What vehicle were you driving when you came
I was
down?
driving my Ford Explorer. It was a 2022 Forest Green.
Please endeavor to let me get the question out first.
I'm sorry.
You were driving your Ford Explorer, and you met with a man.
Yes.
What man did you meet with?
I don't know his name. I was just directed to go to him to deliver this.
To deliver what again?
To deliver 2 totes full of personal items, things we would need for a couple days, things that I'd been asked to, toiletries, some clothes, shoes, some books, things of that nature.
And where did you deliver them to?
I'm not exactly sure. It was a house, I presume, somewhere in the greater Liberty County area, but I'm not exactly sure.
How'd you know where to go to deliver these?
I was given an address of a church that I was told to use as a waypoint, and then I was given GPS coordinates from there.
We've heard testimony that at some point your phone was turned off. Why was that?
I was told to turn off my phone.
By Jim.
Because of concerns that it could be tracked.
Come
So how
on, man.
did you get to the location without use of your phone?
Mindy and I had a GPS, an older Garmin GPS that had always been kind of our backup. If if you lose cell coverage or something like that, if you're somewhere, then we kept that with us actually for a long time.
Where's that GPS now?
That GPS I believe burned up in my car.
Where's the shovel you purchased on November the 4th at Home Depot?
I believe that was either given. Well, I know it was either given to Frank III or it was left at the house on East 65th Street.
We've seen receipts and photos of you buying a Milwaukee knife at Home Depot. Do you recall that?
I do.
Why were you buying that knife?
One of the screens that I had put in place, the one in the living room with the TV where Frank and Betsy spent most of their time, there was something weird about that. It looked like it had been damaged when it was initially installed, but it would hang out quite often, and I was having a very hard time keeping the netting on it and keeping it secured up there. So I was looking for something that kind of long and thin. I thought I could trim back the netting without causing further damage to this, and hopefully get it to sit up there. This was one of Mindy's big things. Was always like every place we live, even though these are vacation rentals, we should leave it in a better condition than we found it.
That's
Are you
how
a
we were
hunter?
taught.
I am not.
Why would you buy a deer processing kit at Bass Pro Shops?
I
Great
received a message from who I believe was Mindy on Monday, the 28th of November, and said that she'd been thinking about Christmas gifts for her brother Matthew, who is a hunter at this point. That seemed to be everything he did on weekends, and directed me.
So
to go to
Mindy
Bass Pro
told him
Shops and to buy it. So I
from the
did.
grave to
Where's
buy
that
the
set of
processing
I
kit.
believe I left that at the property when I departed. I left some things there that were kind of upsetting to see, and some of Mindy's goods, some things that she had picked out, and I believe that Mr. McIntyre was coming to pick them up and store them with the rest of our belongings.
Where's the Milwaukee knife that you purchased?
The Milwaukee knife was either left in my car when it burned, or it was left in my storage unit in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
You have a storage
Nope.
unit in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
I do.
What's in that unit?
Personal belongings, some excess clothing.
Did they investigate it?
Some furniture.
Do you eventually leave Savannah?
I do, shortly thereafter. I mean, our plan had been to leave Savannah in the vicinity of this time regardless. It had been for some time. But I left, I believe, the following Tuesday.
What happened to Betsy and Frank III? They were living with you. Where were they supposed to live?
I continued to work on finding them a place to live, and that following Tuesday, I moved them into a condo in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How did you pay for that condo?
I paid for that condo with my debit card.
Weren't you afraid that that would give away your location?
We had not had issues with the banking information. We believed that we had a leak of some sort with an online company that we were having something delivered to the house with, but Jim pointed out that we had no issues with the billing addresses of my banking information, which was either in Atlanta or Florida with that mail service that we were using again. So he said since neither of those had been touched, he thought that was good news that there would not be any danger to them.
What about paying for your Savannah Airbnb with your personal card?
Yeah, likewise, he did not feel that there was he did not feel that there had been any issues with this bank. No money had mysteriously gone missing from it, and given that our billing addresses were in Atlanta and or Florida, and there had been no issues there. He said, this bank is secure and you are not having issues with it. However you were being targeted years ago, you are not being targeted now.
So you left town,
Yes.
and you left Mindy's body behind?
I was told in roughly this time that Mindy's body had been cremated.
How did that make you feel?
Livid, absolutely livid.
Why?
Because I believed that I was going to get to see her before she was cremated.
We saw some banking financial records.
He
of
was
yours
livid.
Make it look like you're ping-ponging back and forth around. Can you describe to the jury where your travels took you next?
Absolutely, yeah. And some of that I think is just that hotels will sometimes bill you a couple days after you check out. But I left Savannah and I drove down to Jacksonville, Florida. We had a
That's true.
mail processing center right outside Jacksonville in a little town called Green Cove Springs. So I spent the night in Jacksonville and then went to pick up some property there in the morning, some mail.
What did you pick up in Florida?
I mean, there were multiple things that we hadn't had shipped, but the thing that we couldn't have shipped was some beer that had been sent there.
Who sent you the beer?
I believe it was a friend. I was part of a beer, kind of a rare beer group on Facebook, and sometimes guys would send each other beer.
That's
Where did
nice.
you go after Jacksonville, Green Cove Springs, Orange Park?
I started heading towards St. Louis, Missouri, where
He's
where
gonna
we had
get into
planned
that in
to
a
go
second.
At that point, and I
The
spent
remains.
a night in Alabama. That kind of seemed like a halfway point, and I had a appointment there the following morning, so
What was your appointment in Alabama?
to get Mindy's ashes.
Do you need any water? Are you okay? Do you need any
Yeah.
water? Okay.
Doug asked him if
Why,
he needed water.
if you know, are Mindy's
Slow him down a
ashes
little
in
bit.
Alabama.
I had no idea where Mindy had been cremated. This was information I had gotten third hand from Mr. McIntyre. Then I received a phone
Wow.
call from a gentleman who said that I had to arrange to pick them up, and we were discussing where we would both be, and he said that he could meet me in Montgomery, Alabama.
This
What
is
did
where
he
he
give
picked
you
up
there?
the
He
remains.
gave me a bag that he said contained Mindy's ashes. It also contained her engagement ring and her wedding ring.
Bro,
What if any-
what? A bag? He gave her a sandwich baggie with the remains in it?
Thing did you give him?
I gave him $5,000 in cash that I withdrew that morning from the Renaissance Bank in Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh my God,
Did he give you any additional
no.
paperwork?
He did not.
Did he give you a death certificate?
He did not.
Did you ask for a death certificate?
I asked at one point. I asked Mr. McIntyre if I could get one, but given that we had no life insurance, I did. It wasn't something that I needed for anything. It was just something that I wanted to have, and I failed to follow up on it.
You say you had no life insurance. You both had no life
We
insurance?
both had no life insurance. Yes.
Where'd you go after Alabama?
St. Louis, Missouri. I arrived there the next night.
What, if anything, did you do in St. Louis?
I did work for APIS, and I also filed to change my name.
Why did you file to change your name?
This was what we had been told would be kind of the culmination of our, everything we were going through. That if we changed our names too soon, that our name change would be figured out, and then we would have to go through the whole process again. But that kind of the last thing we would do would be changing our last name so that
It's painful.
we would not be found.
And you saw the paperwork where you changed your name.
I actually physically, I went to two courthouses because I went to the wrong courthouse first, but I physically filed the paperwork myself.
Are you the one that completed all of that paperwork?
I did complete that paperwork, yes.
And you said that you were the victim of domestic violence.
Yes, I did.
Why did you say you were the victim of domestic violence?
Because I believed that everything that had happened to us for years was at the hands of Wayne, my dad.
You mentioned an incident.
Where's
in
Wayne at? I want to talk to
Charlottesville
Wayne.
that you believed was Wayne attacking you, correct?
Yes.
Were there any other encounters between you and Wayne prior to you filling out that form?
Absolutely. He came to Savannah. He found us in Savannah when we were living on East 65th Street, and came one morning and knocked on the door.
He knocked on the door of your home.
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Yes. Yeah. His brother Chet was with him.
Do you see them in the courtroom now?
Yeah. My dad is right there in the blue polo, and my Uncle Chet is 3 people down from him.
Look at his dad. Oh, his dad's hurting.
What did you do when you saw
Oh,
them at your doorway?
Dad.
I was
God, it's
terrified.
okay, Dad.
We had a near miss from a hurricane the night before, so
His
a lot of
dad's
people, Betsy and Frank
crying.
included, had left Savannah, but it ended up coming ashore north of Charleston. But I assumed it was the homeowners, the gentleman Matt and his wife who testified, that were coming to check on the house, just make sure there was no damage. So I opened the door. I hadn't had any coffee yet. I assumed that that it was them, and I was very shocked when I opened the door.
What'd you do when you saw them?
I think I said, why are you here? How did you find me? Or something like that. You know, they said, you know, that they had hired somebody to track me down. They asked if I would come somewhere with them private to talk. I said absolutely not. And then I shortly thereafter I slammed the door and locked it.
Was Mindy there when this happened?
Mindy was in the bedroom with the door closed at this time. Her sleep schedule was kind of a mess at this point. She would, you know, sometimes be awake all night because she couldn't sleep. Then she would be asleep all day. But at this point, you know, it was probably 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm not kind of guessing, but she was in the bedroom.
Did she witness any of this?
She did not, no.
What did you do after you slammed the door?
I went into the bedroom and told Mindy, you know, Wayne just knocked on the door. I opened the door, like he knows where we are, and we called Jim McIntyre.
And then what did you do?
He asked details about it, and then he told me that since Mindy had not been seen, that he felt like it was better for her to kind of hunker down in the house with Rusty, and that I should meet him. He directed me to a hospital that we'd previously identified as a safe place to meet. We had told Betsy and Frank that if they ever felt that they were being followed on the way home from work, that they should go to this hospital. I believe it's the Chandler, or I don't know. It was about 2 blocks away. There was always a security vehicle sitting in the lot. He said that there were cameras there, and so he told me to meet him there.
Let me go back to something real quick that we heard when Frank III testified. He was required to be out of the house from before lunch to what, 3 or 4 in the afternoon? Is that correct?
Yeah, that was following this incident. So when we first got there, we did not have any rules on what we could do when. But following this, we had a number of changes and basically how we lived that were implemented.
Who implemented those new rules?
Mr. McIntyre. I believe he emailed them about them personally.
Here we go, Jim again.
They were sometimes in email contact, Frank and Betsy and him, but I would sometimes see these emails or hear reference to them. Sometimes they were, I thought, unnecessarily mean, but
What email service did you use?
At this time, I used Proton Mail.
Could you describe to the jury any unique features of Proton Mail, if there are any?
Yeah, there are a couple. First is that if both people have Proton Mail accounts, then messages sent from a Proton Mail account to another Proton Mail account are encrypted. So if Mindy and I were emailing notes back and forth to each other, or sending each other things, if we were dealing with other people who used Proton Mail, then those would be encrypted. Even Proton Mail can't read those messages. Only the people on either end of the conversation can. The other thing about it is that they are a company that doesn't sell your information. Most email providers, as the saying goes in kind of the privacy world, if something is free, that means that you're the service. That means that they are selling you in some way, either through advertising or much more commonly, they're selling your personal information to anyone who will buy it.
You seem to go really out of your way to remain private, to communicate privately with Signal and as well as Proton Mail. Why is that?
Because I thought we were being hunted, literally. I was scared to death for years and years.
After you changed your name in St. Louis, and that's where you changed your name to Start, correct?
Yes, it is.
Where did you go next?
I went to Pennsylvania.
Why did you go to Pennsylvania?
I had struck up started as a friendship and then had grown somewhat flirtatious with another writer, and I was going to see her.
You were having an internet affair with a woman that was not your wife, correct?
I wouldn't call it an internet affair. I mean, it was mildly flirtatious.
Nick,
but,
come on, bruh. Take some accountability.
We started.
Jesus, this guy.
She had thought that we had talked on and off years before, and we may have. I had a lot of social media accounts deleted and restarted over the years, but we started talking in earnest in either September or October of 2022.
Can you please tell the court her name?
Samantha,
Come on, dude.
Kolyesnik. Trying to pronounce that correctly.
And we saw text messages between you and Samantha, direct messages in Twitter.
Yes,
Between you and Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
absolutely.
Do you recall telling Samantha Kolyesnik that your wife had died some years prior to her actual death?
He can't pronounce his wife.
Why did you tell her that?
His
This
wife's
goes back
maiden
to
name
the
is
fall of
crazy.
2020. We were in Beaufort and Mindy got sick. And within a day or two, took a COVID test and it was positive. This was pre-vaccine, and we called Mr. McIntyre. He had somebody come and pick her up and take her to the hospital. And I was told within a matter of days that she was not expected to live. It was Rusty and I in Beaufort.
And why weren't you there, man?
And I was told that I was not allowed to talk to any of our close friends or our family about what was going on, because nobody was allowed to see her. She was in a COVID ward. At that point, since none of us had vaccines, nobody was going to be allowed in, and that the chances of where I was being identified were extremely high. And I was, using social media to talk to people. I was a wreck. I was not doing well, and I started communicating with an old friend of Mindy's, or maybe an old acquaintance would be the better term, by the name of Joy, and it came to it became much more romantic in nature.
Of course it did.
To the extent that she came and visited me twice in Beaufort, and that we had talked that after Mindy passed away, we were going to move to be near her family in Minnesota.
But when you told Samantha Kolyesnik that Mindy had died, that was in October of 22, I believe?
Yes. Following this, Mindy recovered in late December 2020. It was very, very unexpected, and Jim was, frankly, he said he had not been reviewing my social media as closely as he had at the beginning, and was frankly extremely livid with me that I had been talking to people that I didn't know well, that I had been saying outside of Signal, I had been saying where I was, what was going on with Mindy. I was frankly trying to survive. So we had almost no social media access for a period of months. He said that we had both in the past said things to people on social media that we didn't know well, that we shouldn't have. And then following that, he said he had some new rules for us that we, he said that since I had told so many people that I was married, that I had to start saying that Mindy had passed away, that she had died of COVID. I told, that was what I told all of my kind of online writing friends in the writing community. And he said that was to keep her safe. I don't recall what exactly she was supposed to say, if she was just supposed to say that she was unmarried or divorced, or if something had happened to me. We didn't talk a lot about our kind of individual chats with other people.
He said Jim said he had...
Mindy and I did not talk about that with ourselves.
Oh my goodness.
So that became a running thing that I was supposed to tell anyone that I befriended, that I talked to more than a handful of times, was that I was widowed.
Jim told him this.
My wife had passed away, and it started by saying she died of COVID, and then as she would get medical attention for various things, he would change that, because he said if medical records of where she had been ever leaked, it would look consistent.
So you went to Pennsylvania to see Samantha.
Yes, I did.
When did you get to Pennsylvania? Do you recall?
Did Jim tell you to do that too?
Mid-December, maybe the 16th.
What did you do when you got to Pennsylvania?
I had rented a place in a little town called Ephrata, kind of Lancaster. I think it's Lancaster County, and unpacked the things that I still had with me, and got Rusty situated, and then Samantha and I went out for dinner.
So this doesn't make sense. Why, if he was supposed to do that, to protect Mindy. And at this point, Mindy was dead. This is so confusing. But hadn't he already gotten her ashes in a baggie on the side of the road? So why would he need to protect Mindy if she was already gone? This timeline doesn't make sense. And I'm probably missing it because, I don't know. Short attention span, Nick is rambling, combination of the two. So why would I...
We saw a driver's license you procured in Delaware.
Yes.
Why did you procure a Delaware driver's license?
After the name change was finalized, which was January 4th, I had filed it in late December, and then on January 4th, I went back to court. I had a hearing before the judge. I explained my situation, and she granted the name change. I had started the process of changing other things. I went to the Social Security office when I was told to in Delaware, and I changed my Social Security number to reflect my new name. I changed my name to reflect my... No, I think I said it right the first time. I'm sorry. So I updated it just like, women have to, if they change their name after marriage or, something like that, you go to Social Security, that's your first stop, and you say, this is why my name changed, either the marriage certificate or the name change order, and so what was once, Nicholas James Kassotis on the Social Security number is now Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And how long did it take Social Security to update that information?
It takes them apparently about 24 hours. So I didn't realize this at the time. I left the Social Security office and went to the DMV in Delaware. And when I got there that morning, I was told, no, this will take, it might be done today, but more likely it will be sometime. And this was on a Friday, I believe, so it'll be sometime after the weekend.
What name is on your Delaware driver's license?
Nicholas James Kassotis. I went back that afternoon to a different DMV and filled out. I had my name change order. I had a printout from Social Security. I had some documents that Mr. McIntyre had provided, and then I explained the situation, and the woman said, "Oh yeah, I think this will be fine." At this point, we went through the entire process. She had me pay. She gave me the card. It came off the printer, and I said, "This is the wrong name." And
hold on, guys. Sorry.
She said, "Oh yeah, this is it hasn't updated in the system yet, so I can't issue you one under your new name. You're gonna have to come back next week. But here's your Delaware driver's license." And I was a little unhappy I had paid for it, frankly.
Tell us about your time in Lancaster County.
I started going to Lancaster County, fairly regularly on weekends to see Samantha.
And did that relationship continue to grow?
It did, yes. It was romantic. It very quickly grew serious. Probably unhealthily fast. In both our situations, but yes.
And you eventually got married, correct?
Yes, we did.
When did you get married to Samantha?
April 21st of 2023.
We've seen pictures of your burned up Ford Explorer. What happened?
Sir. On March, believe it was March 20th of 2023, I was driving the Ford Explorer. I had left the rental we were staying at, driven north to run some errands, and also to, I believe, picked up a cashier's check for the purchase of a home. And shortly thereafter, I was making a turn onto another road, and the car was kind of fighting me a little. Like it was taking more force to turn than I thought it would. I continued down the road and was smelling something odd, which in Lancaster County is not necessarily indicative of anything but that you're driving by a farm. And I stopped. At that point, I realized that there was smoke in the interior of the car. I got out, and crossed around to the passenger side to get my phone out, but opened the door, and the fire kind of just came right up at me. It was the car went up extremely fast.
What injuries, if any, did you suffer?
I suffered some burns to my face. I lost a lot of hair, like an eyebrow, and a lot of hair off the side of my head. I also had a burn to my right eye. It didn't occur to me before this that your eyes could actually get burned, but they can.
What
Dang,
happened to
D.
the goods that were in your vehicle?
Everything was destroyed.
You mentioned picking up a cashier's check to purchase a home.
Yes.
Tell me about your home purchase.
Sam and I had been looking for places to live, and we had settled on a house in.
They were not playing
Lancaster,
around.
Pennsylvania.
When was the closing date?
Closing date was March 20th.
Did you put any deposit on the house?
I put a $50,000 EMD on the house.
Did you ever?
Is there a
where
receipt
was
of
the
that?
cashier's check from?
I believe it was from Citizens Bank, but I did not physically draw the cashier's check. I looked at it to verify that the name of the closing company was right, that the amount was right, and I believe it was a Citizens Bank cashier's check. Actually, I know it was a Citizens Bank because I called Citizens Bank thereafter to discuss with them.
You say you didn't draw the cashier's check. Who
Yes.
drew the cashier's check?
Somebody that Jim McIntyre worked with, who he had me meet and pick up that morning.
And what happened to the check?
The check burned along with my car, bits of me, and everything I had in the car at the time.
What did you do about the destroyed check?
I talked to Mr. McIntyre. I mean, within, I don't know the exact time. It was pretty shocking. But I was driven back to the rental by a police officer, and I called him while I was still in the police officer's car to say I need a new cashier's check, and he said, I think that might take a while. I think that's a problem. So while he was calling about the actual account, I was calling the general Citizens Bank customer service, and they confirmed to me that it was a long process to get a cashier's check reissued, because their concern is they have to honor a cashier's check, so they have to wait a certain amount of time after they have issued the kind of stop payment on it to make sure it has not been presented at some other bank.
Was the cashier's check the only way to make the final payment on that home?
Later on, we learned that it was not, that we could wire, and I received wire instructions later.
So you eventually wired and closed on the home.
No, we did not. By that point, we had gone back and forth with the owners of the house via our realtors. We had, it had been a very stressful couple of weeks. I mean, we had utilities on in the home. We had furniture being delivered that was sitting in the driveway that I was having to pick up and move into storage. It was a very stressful time, and I was dealing with physical injuries and didn't have a car at this point. So it was an absolute nightmare. And Samantha said to me that she felt like the entire process had been so poisoned that she no longer wanted to go through with the purchase of that home. So we informed the buyers that we were not going to close. I forfeited that $50,000 EMD, and we started our home search anew.
Did you ever eventually buy a home with Samantha?
We did not. We were looking. We were actually going. We had four home showings scheduled on the day of March 12th. When
What happened on March the 12th?
I was arrested shortly after leaving our residence or our rental.
Did you kill your wife, Mindy Kassotis?
I absolutely did not. I've never put my hands on a woman. I've never hurt a woman. I would never have hurt Mindy.
Did you strike her on the head up to 9 times?
Never. Never, not once.
Amy, you believe him?
Dispose of her body?
No, never.
Did you dismember her body?
No, absolutely not. Frankly, I'm not great with blood. So as anyone who's ever given me a doctor's exam can tell you, that is not something that is even remotely possible.
Nick, shut up, man. Jesus. Maybe
My
you could
last
say, I
question
loved
is just,
Mindy.
Is there anything else that you would like to say
Grief.
that I haven't asked you about?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for a narrative.
Want to respond?
His life is at stake. I don't want to make a mistake and not give him the opportunity to say something.
Your Honor, I'm not trying to prevent him from saying anything, but counsel has to actually ask him a question and not allow a witness to simply just...
He's testified for a couple of hours. It does call for a narrative. It's an improper question.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question. I have no further questions for Mr. Kassotis. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've gone for a couple hours, more than a couple hours, so we'll go ahead and take a break. So if you would, please step out with the bailiff, and we'll call you back in about 10 minutes.
10 minutes, which means we should have enough delay to jump right back into it. We will shortly. Oh, man. So much I want to say about this direct testimony, but I'm going to let the prosecution handle this. Guys, this was an absolute disaster. As someone who would be seated on the jury, this did not help his case at all. His story sounded even crazier. The timelines don't make sense or add up. Why he would be talking to another woman out of Mindy's protection doesn't make sense. Meeting somebody on the side of the road, paying them $5,000 to get a bag of ashes that you can't even verify makes no sense. What you're seeing on the screen here is Nicholas Kassotis and Jim McIntyre. There's no doubt in my mind. And they didn't even bring in a psychologist to talk about this entire situation, but I would love to hear a breakdown of that later. I know Amy's going to have a lot to say on this too, as well, being our resident psychologist and body language expert. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments and in the chat. What do y'all think, man? Shout out to the gang. This is wild. Absolutely wild and insane. I gotta see if they're back yet. We actually might take a second. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read a couple of super chats, and then we'll go to the CL for a minute, and then we'll be back and jump right into it. Shout out to everyone who showed some major love and support. We've got, who did I miss? Shout out to Lisa Paxton in here with the 5 bomb, says thank you. And Amy for all that you do. Shout out to Amy. Oh, sat for the bar and now we wait. And now the wait begins. Best of luck, Lisa. Thank you for being here. That's exciting. That's exciting news for sure. You're going to kill it. We've got D in here with the 5 pounds. I think I got it right. 5 pounds in the building. It says ClassE and Amy. Thank you so much for being here, D. Always good to see you in the chat. We've got Cynthia Hartz in here. Has been a member for 6 months. Said this testimony doesn't make sense. What a kook. I don't understand. Y'all will have to help me out with this, and I'm going to read some of your comments here in a minute because this is crazy. I don't understand why Nick would make this move other than it just being like Doug said, his life is at stake. He has some things he wants to say, and it ain't looking good. I mean, so many factors about this testimony doesn't add up. The money, not having insurance, Mindy being pregnant, the car burning up, him losing a check and all of this cash in the car, no traces of it found. I don't know. Y'all give me 1 second and we'll get back into it.
All right, the jury's out. We'll be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, guys, we're going to get back into it. And it looks like Amy's working on her analysis of all this, which we'll read shortly. Let me double check and see if they're back. And I want to read some of y'all's thoughts in the chat too. We're not quite back yet, so it looks like they took a little longer than 10 minutes, the 10 minutes that they said. James says, it's an insanity scam to keep him out of prison and put him in the mental hospital for a few years. Then he can be released back out on the streets, man. Nope. Nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. His dad's looking at him like he's crazy. If that's his dad, it's got to be hard to listen to. That was his dad, yeah. What the heck has been going on in Georgia? Usually used to some BS Ricos, but this one is kind of wild. Wasn't looking great before he testified. And now that he has, it's even worse. And I asked you all in the comments and in the chat, will Nick's testimony make things worse, better, or stay the same? 5% of you said his testimony will make things better. 15% of you said it'll stay the same. And then 80% of you said it's going to make things worse. I agree. This made things a lot worse. I'd rather him sit there just looking studious, working with Doug, trying to figure things out. This testimony, him reiterating and doubling down on a lot of the BS he told the police. Not a great look. No defensive insanity. Nope, Doug already took that off the table. If the people go into a state psychiatric hospital for murder, they usually never release back into the public. And then Amy, she has, some analysis in the chat as well. She says the pattern observed suggests that elevated internal tension, possibly linked to mental efforts of formulating or maintaining a narrative under pressure. This behavior aligns with what analysts call a blink flurry, often appearing right after a high stress question as a physical release of tension. Kassotis' blinking is a noteworthy stress marker. Gaze management demonstrated intermittent averted gaze when confronted with direct questions, alternating with periods of sustained eye contact. Amy has more. We're not done yet. Okay, and I just got some of that. She said, she says, the behaviors of Nicholas Kassotis reveal consistent signs of elevated cognitive and emotional load during the sensitive questioning. Clusters of increased blink rate, gaze shifts, defensive posture, and self-touch behaviors suggest efforts at composure management and possible impression control. While these are consistent with stress responses sometimes seen in deceptive individuals. Vocal and respiratory cues, responsive latency variability. Oh my goodness. Slight pauses before answering direct questions, longer than low pressure exchanges, respiration shift, noticeable changes in breathing depth and rate before and after certain responses, postural shift, subtle leaning away from certain lines of questioning, facial effect incongruence, minor mismatches between verbal tone and facial expression, i.e. neutral or tightened expression during statements that contextually might align with distress, lip compression, occasional pursing of the lips together following responses, suggestive of self-censorship or emotional containment. And then the gaze management, we talked about that as well. Demonstrated intermittently averted gaze when confronting with direct questions, alternating with periods of sustained eye contact. The timing of the blink flurries often occurred immediately after responding to challenging questions. Consistent tension release following cognitive effort. Blink frequency increase. During specific high-stakes questioning, Kassotis displays markedly elevated blink rates, including sequences resembling blink flurries. Shout out to Amy, our resident body language expert in here. She's great at what she does. Yes, Jim is here, Danny. You just missed it. Jim was on the stand. You want to see what Jim looks like? There he is. You are looking at Jim McIntyre right here. It's funny. Someone on X pointed out that his hair was 2 different colors. It's black on top and it's gray on the side. Well, my guess is that the black is for Nick Kassotis and the gray is for Jim McIntyre. All right, let's see if they're back yet. They should have been back.
You would mention talking.
The judge said it would be 10 minutes, but it's been longer than 10 minutes because I'm ready for this prosecution to cook. They're gonna cook this guy. And I wanted to go, I actually found the short story that he was talking about. And it looked like it got pretty popular. So hopefully this is the right one. The Cryptic Comedian. I wanted to go back and actually hear what Nick said about this during his testimony. So I'm going to try to see if I can find it real quick.
You know, how we felt about it. Neither of us had ever been to Charleston, and
no, it was before that.
Somebody over the phone. I'd been in therapy before, and you know, somebody he said was a therapist, who said I showed a lot of
and he
signs
said the book he wrote is a
repressed
confession.
repressed abuse.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville? Why did you move to Charlottesville?
I want to
Had
find the book
suggested
there.
to me to make an offer to her, both because in the lead up we were unsure if Heather might be involved in what was going on against us. She was one of many that year, and I don't know if we left it there or if it has something that we lost over time. But we moved a lot. So
You say when you say you left that house, you're referring to the house
to put in a pod. I called Mr.
Trying
Now
to
you're
find.
still working for Apis Limited at this time?
I am, 12, 15 hours a day at times.
When you say he, can you continue and use actual names?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find
That
it.
night, I called Mr. McIntyre and told him what had happened. He's the one who brought me to a medical clinic the next day, the following morning.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. We were very concerned. He told us at that time.
If y'all want to see it, and I dropped the link in the chat for you as well. This is the short story that he was talking about. So my mother-in-law was poisoning me. Then I found out why. He says, everyone has their own nightmare-in-law story. Though I couldn't imagine how bad mine would be. As it turns out, the worst thing wasn't my mother-in-law poisoning me. The worst thing was why she did it. I met Craig on one of my rare vacations, and we had sort of a whirlwind relationship. We fell hard for each other, and were married in a courthouse wedding within 2 months without ever meeting each other's families. Mine visited a few weeks later, and after their initial shock, really liked Craig. While we got moved in together and figured out married life, I got to hear more about his parents who lived near the rest of his extended family a few hours away. Oh, this is weird. He's writing it from the female's perspective. Anyway, I'll drop the link in the chat for y'all again. And if they're not back yet, we might go back into some of yesterday's testimony because we didn't get to see all of that either. Let me see here. Nope, they're still not back yet. So what we're going to do is we'll do a little bit of a rewind. And then I'll keep checking to see if we're back yet. You said, wait, this is the story? So you're telling me he made $400,000 off of this? What? Yeah. So let's do a little bit of a rewind and go back in time here. Let me see if I can fix this. There we go. All right, so we're going to go back in time while we're waiting for them to get back into court. And, oh, they're at lunch until 1? No! Are you serious? We might not be able to get to it then. I really wanted to see the cross-examination. If they're not going to be back until 1, then that's unfortunate. Let's watch some of this testimony. All right, here we go. Did it say? I'm surprised it didn't say that. Hold on, let me double check and see. The judge said 10 minutes.
We did not. We were looking at March or our rental.
Mindy Kassotis. Did you strike her on the head up to 9 times?
Never, not once.
Yeah, we're gonna hear from.
Did you dispose of her body?
No, never.
Did you dismember her body?
No, absolutely not. Frankly, I'm not great with blood. So
He said I'm not great with blood.
And not allow a witness to simply just.
He didn't say, "Oh no, I loved Mindy. I would never hurt
It
her."
does call for a narrative. It's an improper question.
He said, "I'm not great with blood."
I have no further.
Ladies and
Jesus.
gentlemen, as a jury, we've gone for a couple hours, more than a couple hours, so we'll go ahead and take a break. So if you would, please step out with the bailiff, and we'll call you back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, so did he come back in 10 minutes and tell them they weren't coming back? Is that what happened? Where are y'all seeing that they're not coming back till lunchtime, after lunch? Here we go.
It is 11:45.
Hold on, let's wait till the client
I didn't
gets
see
here.
that it wasn't there. I apologize.
And I was going to invite you to have that discussion at the bench.
Here we go.
Okay.
No, sir, you can go. If everyone would approach, please.
I'm trying to see what the judge says.
Lunch recess.
Here we go.
Going to take a lunch recess at this point, and court will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
I want to catch at least some of this cross-examination. We might be here for a little while. So let's go ahead and get into this. So now on the stand, we are going to do a little bit of a rewind to day 6, and we're going to hear from a close friend of Nick Kassotis, or Nicholas Kassotis, and Mindy's, someone who actually worked with Nick. And then we're going to find out later she actually loaned them some money. Nick, as we heard from his testimony, is alleging that he had no idea that the money came from her, which is BS, but we'll get into that in a second. Check it out. And this is Nick's friend, Cameron Nelson.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please be seated.
Would you state your name, please?
Cameron Nelson,
How do you spell Cameron?
Cameron,
Where do you live?
in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Williamsburg, Virginia for this trial?
I did not. During the week for work, I live in Falls Church, Virginia.
How long have you been living there?
In Falls Church
Yes.
since January 2025.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as an attorney for the Defense Health Agency
And how long have you been working with
Now
that?
let me know if the sound is
since
good.
February of 2022.
And what is the mission of that agency?
The Defense Health Agency administers the military health system, taking care of the beneficiaries of active duty, retired, and reserve members of the armed forces.
You married?
I am, yes, sir.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Benjamin Gray Nelson II.
What does he go by?
He goes by Gray.
How is he employed?
He's employed with his own businesses. He owns restaurants.
Which type of restaurant?
Mellow Mushroom Pizza Bakers
Okay. How many does he own?
Shout out to him.
Where?
in Charlottesville, Virginia, Williamsburg, Virginia, and Newport News, Virginia.
A lot of Navy people in Newport News.
Closer.
If you could position yourself closer.
Can you tap your microphone, make sure it's working?
Okay, thank you.
Did you serve in the military?
Yes, sir, I did.
What branch?
In the Navy.
And what was your Military occupational specialty.
I started as a nurse corps officer where I practiced oncology and medical surgical nursing, and then later switched to the Judge Advocate General's Corps where I practiced as an attorney.
How long did you serve in the Navy?
20 years active with total 24, including reserve time.
Did you retire
Yes, sir, I did.
in good standing?
Yes, sir.
What was your rank when you left the Navy?
Commander.
Nice.
Can you see the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis, from where you're seated?
Yes, I can.
How do you know him?
Nick and I met at Naval Justice School in 2008 when he was attending the basic lawyer course.
And what was your job and what was his job while you were at the Naval Justice School?
After he finished that course, he reported to Naval Legal Service Office Mid-Atlantic, where we were both stationed, until I departed in 2009.
What happened to you personally around 2009?
In February of 2009, I was diagnosed with cancer for the first time.
Oh, no.
I was scheduled to deploy aboard the USNS Comfort, which is one of 2 hospital ships. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go on that deployment because of that diagnosis.
Oh, that's terrible.
And when the defendant learned that you had been deployed, what, if anything, did he do?
He took that deployment for me. In fact, the same day that I reported to the command to let them know of the
Nice.
diagnosis, Nick immediately volunteered to take that deployment so that I could focus on treatment.
What was your relationship like with the defendant during that period of time?
It was good. We became friends. We worked together, socialized together.
Seems like everybody
both
loved Nick.
with our colleagues and their spouses as well.
And how long was that deployment on the USNF Comfort?
It was approximately 5 months.
And where was the deployment?
Central America, South America, and the Caribbean.
At some point during your career, were you ever stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, I was.
From when to when?
The first time from 2011 to 2014, and the second time after a postgraduate degree, I came back from 2015 to 16.
And what kind of work did you do while you were at the Pentagon?
The first time I was the flag aide for the Judge Advocate General of the Navy and also worked for the Chief of Naval Operations as a Deputy Legal Counsel. The second time I was temporarily assigned to the Office of Judge Advocate General Code 18, which did cyber law, as well as the Department of Defense Office of General Counsel for Intelligence.
During the time that the defendant was in the Navy, was he too also stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, he was.
And what was his job at the Pentagon?
He was also assigned to what we call OJAG, both to Code 13, which practiced administrative law, and to Code 10, international law.
Are you familiar with the defendant's first wife, Heather?
Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know Heather?
I met Heather through Nick. Once they began dating and became engaged, we continued to socialize with them, and we attended their wedding.
At some point, did they become divorced?
Yes, sir, they did.
And following their divorce, did the defendant ever discuss the breakup with you?
He did.
What did he say about their breakup?
He expressed significant distress about the fact that there had been infidelity, which he alleged had been on Heather's part. In addition, he shared that Heather had lied about wanting to have children and that he was desperate to become a father.
Desperate to
I'm showing
become
you
a
now
father.
a photograph
Oh.
that's marked States Exhibit 2.32. Can you see this photograph from where you're seated?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is that?
Mindy.
Do you know her last name?
Maiden name was Mebin. Married name Kassotis.
How did you come to know Mindy?
I also met Mindy through Nick, and we developed a close friendship. Mindy was incredibly vibrant and generous, and we became closer over time.
And did they become married?
They did, yes, sir.
Did you attend that wedding?
I did.
Do you recall a time that the defendant was discharged from the Navy?
I do.
Roughly when did that occur?
Approximately 2017.
And did he discuss
Yeah,
with
take
you
him out
his
there.
work plans after he left the Navy?
He shared that he was interested in practicing cyber law and information technology law and had developed that interest in part through his Master of Laws program at Georgetown.
Did he ever mention to you an association with Microsoft?
He did. He shared that in his job search as he was leaving the Navy, he had gone to an event called Jobs for JAGs, which is an annual event that's hosted by the Judge Advocate Association. There he met a man named Peter who worked for Microsoft in some capacity, and that Peter had been interested in talking about cyber opportunities for Nick.
And did you communicate with the defendant after he left the Navy?
Yes, I did.
Were you asked by Detective Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to indicate the different addresses and phone numbers that you had used to communicate with him?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as States Exhibit number 2.33 and ask if you can identify them.
Yes, sir, I do recognize those. That's a list of email addresses and phone numbers with which I communicated with Mindy and Nick.
And provided to the Liberty County
Correct.
Sheriff's Office. I'll tender it this time. States Exhibit 2.33.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
At some point during the time you were communicating with the defendant, did you guys use Signal?
We did.
What is Signal?
Signal is an app where you can text or make phone calls. They're encrypted, as far as I understand. It's not uncommon to use that because it doesn't use data charges in a lot of cases if you're on Wi-Fi.
And does it have a feature that can make the messages disappear?
You can. Either user could set that message to disappear at a certain period of time or immediately.
And at some point we'll get to later, you provided messages to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
I did.
and explained how they did not disappear?
Generally, Nick had set the text settings so that they would disappear. Sometimes he did not do that, and it's not my habit to have messages disappear unless I intentionally delete them, so I had not deleted those.
At some point, did Nick ever discuss with you threats that he was receiving?
He did.
What did he say?
He explained first that there had been an issue with his USAA banking account, that someone had either hacked his account or had somehow, I think an employee of USAA or more than one employee, had accessed his account. He also explained that there had been issues with his mail. And in addition to that, he explained that his first wife, Heather, had attempted to break into the house.
Did he say anything to you about threats made by Heather?
He indicated that Heather had made threats to him. I don't recall specifically, but that he had reported the threats from Heather and the break-in to the Alexandria Police Department and the issues with the banking and the mail to the FBI.
That's what he said.
Correct.
Did there come a time that he began experiencing financial problems?
He explained that he had been, yes.
And what did he tell you about his financial problems?
That related back to the USAA issues. He explained that he did not have access to any of the money that was in his account and was struggling to pay bills, common bills, and very basic level bills like vet bills, medical bills for Mindy, food, and was in distress because of that.
Did you and your husband attempt to help him out financially?
We did. Prior to May of 2018, we had provided some minimal assistance. In May of 2018, he asked for $2,000 in cash, which I did provide. And that date stands out because it's a time that I've also been diagnosed with cancer a second time. And Nick had indicated that he felt it was a significant thing to ask me to do that while I was undergoing cancer treatment, and that he would not do so if it were not an emergency.
Now, was this a gift or a loan?
It was a loan.
Did there come a time that he was given access to a Capital One Venture credit card?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
As time went on, we provided more assistance. And while Nick and Mindy were still in Alexandria, we provided, not housing, but we provided food, medical expenses, and dog food or vet bills for Rusty, their dog. And as time went on and we got closer to the time they left in November 2019, we opted to use a credit card so that we could easily track what was being spent, knowing that it might go up after they left the area because there would be housing expenses as well.
And how much did the defendant charge to that credit card?
In total?
Total.
Approximately $198,000.
Oh my goodness.
And that was a loan, not a gift.
That was a loan. On two separate occasions, Nick indicated that he intended to repay and had either set up a wire transfer to repay us or had actually gotten a cashier's check, and those never materialized.
Oh
Has he
my
ever paid
gosh.
a penny towards that debt?
Not a penny.
At some point, he was
Would y'all
cut off
loan somebody
from using that
$100K?
card. Is that correct?
He was in early 2021.
If yes, email me.
At this point, it had been over a year and a half that we just felt like it was no longer sustainable. That Nick had repeatedly said that he would attempt to make some repayment, and we understood he had repaid at least one other friend based on what he had shared with us. And we decided that it was just not sustainable to continue to allow him to borrow money.
And so he was cut off approximately when?
January of 2021.
They had that
When's the
black
last time you
card,
saw
Amy.
them?
November 2019.
Jesus.
Under what circumstance?
It was as he and Mindy were preparing to leave Alexandria, and they came to our home, and we had dinner together.
And after you last saw him, did you continue to stay in touch with him?
We did, mostly by text message.
That's crazy. So he ran up all that money on the credit card, and she's like, I said, hey, come on over for dinner. What? Flagship
At some
Navy
point,
Federal
was there any
card.
conversation by the defendant about changing his name?
Yes, sir, there was.
Tell the jury about that.
I don't recall the date.
I'm not gonna
but it
lie,
was
they
after
hand them
left
things out too,
Alexandria,
Tay.
And Nick shared that he had learned that his parents were not his
It's
biological
not hard to get.
parents. And so he was going to change his last name to Stark as a result of that discovery.
And did he tell you why he picked Stark?
My understanding was that that was the name of his biological parents.
What about his birthday?
He also changed his birthday. His original birthday, I believe, was in June, and he changed it to February 14th. He told me that was his actual birth date.
Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his writing?
I did. Nick and Mindy had both shared that Nick had developed an interest in writing fiction. I would categorize it as short horror stories, and that he had had some success publishing on online forums.
Was there one in particular that stands out that he claimed was a success?
There was. Nick shared with me that one of his stories had been purchased and would be turned into a movie, and that was, he told me that in 2022, but I think the story was published in 2019 originally.
Do you recall the name of that story?
I do.
What is it?
I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me.
And what was the mother-in-law's name in this?
Betsy.
When you would communicate with him, especially electronically, how would he
Crazy.
refer to Mindy?
It's wild that it's still up.
Usually by the initial M, which he referred to her in conversation as well, vocal conversation prior to the time they left Alexandria.
I'm going to show to you States Exhibit number 2.34, 2.35, 2.36, 2.37, 2.38, 2.39,
I think we have some text messages here.
2.41. I want you to take a moment and look at these documents and tell me if you recognize what they are.
I do. These are text messages on Signal to me from Nick.
Okay. Are they all true and accurate copies of the actual text message that you received from the defendant?
Yes, sir. I took them as screenshots.
And have you had an opportunity to review those before court today?
I have.
And did you provide the law enforcement with copies of those?
I did.
I'll tender at this time, Your Honor, each of those exhibits, 2.34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39,
Betrayed by his
40,
own friend.
41, they've been shown to opposing counsel.
Any objection? No objection. They're all admitted.
Sarcasm.
There are 8 documents. You may proceed.
All right, starting first with exhibit 2.34, on what date was that sent?
June 8th, 2022.
And what did he tell you in that message?
He shared the news that Mindy was pregnant in this message.
Now turning to exhibit 2.35, what's the date?
October 26th, 2022.
And if you would read that to the jury, please, both your response and his response.
Yes, sir. I asked Nick, how is M doing? And Nick replied, not great. More scared than she lets on, I think. Trying to work through things to figure out what's going on and how to keep her okay. And I replied, I'm so sorry. I wish I could help. Please keep me posted. I will definitely say tons of prayers, as always. And Nick replied, I definitely will.
Now turning your attention to exhibit 2.36, what is the date on that?
October 29th, 2022.
And would you read that for the jury?
Nick indicated that Mindy was doing a little worse, heading to the hospital again in the morning unless this new medication starts to work. I replied, oh no, sending lots of prayers and hugs. Is the hospital okay? Tell the nurses to be good to her. Nick replied, it is. They've been very decent with things, explaining options and timelines. And I replied, I'm very glad to hear that.
I don't recall where you currently work right now. What's the name of that agency?
I currently work for the Defense Health Agency, but I no longer practice as a nurse. I'm currently practicing as an attorney.
But are you familiar with what service members and their families are entitled to use TRICARE?
Yes, sir. TRICARE is a health plan that provides health care to designated
So here goes to the
beneficiaries.
insurance.
In general, those beneficiaries would be active duty, reserve, or retired service members and their families, Medal of Honor winners, survivors, and dependents, as well as other categories that may not be named. But there are very specific limitations as to who's eligible for TRICARE.
TRICARE is
So in
amazing.
November of 2022, while the defendant is out of the Navy and Mindy has no association with the Navy, would they have been entitled to care from TRICARE?
Based on what I understood of Nick's status and that he had been discharged fully from the reserves and what he had shared with me, I do not believe that he would have been eligible.
Let me direct your attention to exhibit 2.37.
So there you go.
What is the date?
November 1st, 2022.
Would you read that for the jury?
I inquired, how is M doing? Nick responded, I think a little better. We have an appointment tomorrow afternoon, so we're hopeful that we're getting the thumbs up for her to move on at it. Hopefully they see some improvement. I replied, a little better is, in fact, better. We will keep saying prayers. How are you? Nick replied, I'll be okay just as soon as I know everything is good with her. I can only repack everything so many times to identify new efficiencies.
Now look at State's Exhibit 2.38. What is the date?
December 1st, 2022.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Nick texted, hi Cameron, I have no idea how to write this, and I'm so sorry to send it like this, but M passed away. Please keep that close hold. I would never ask you to keep it from Gray, but I don't know how to manage anything else, and I know a lot of people still need to be told. I don't have many answers yet about what happened. I've just never felt this bad. I replied, I'm so sorry to hear this. My heart breaks for you. How can we help?
Nick was selling the story.
Now direct your attention to Exhibit 2.39. You see it?
Yes, sir.
What's the date?
December 5th, 2022.
Would you please read that to the jury?
Nick texted, they said it was a stroke. Nothing that could have been done. Her dad said it runs in the family. I didn't know that. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but now we know, I guess. And I replied, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What a shock, especially at such a young age. I think it helps only in that it stops your mind from some of the constant wondering. Nick replied, her blood pressure had been a constant concern, but not in this way. Like it worried me, but I didn't think this was the worst case.
Now take a look at Exhibit 2.40. What is the date?
December 11th, 2022.
And would you read that to the jury?
I texted Nick, checking on you. How is today going? And Nick replied, so. I have M's ashes back. The process was awful, and I never got to see her after I was told, and I feel sick about it. I thought that it was going to be different, and maybe I should have asked more questions, but I just wasn't comprehending.
And finally, turn your attention to Exhibit 2.41. What's the date?
March 28th,
Of what year?
2023.
Would you read that to the jury?
Nick texted, I heard a rumor you were trying to find me. My car quite literally exploded on me, and I've been in the hospital while I wait to see what happened. Sorry I've been so hard to reach. The other phone died in the fire. You should see the photos. Gray would probably find them interesting.
And then were there photographs attached to that text?
There were, yes, sir.
And
How
are
would you
they
feel
attached to that
finding out you
exhibit?
were close to somebody who did something like this? That's got to be strange.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
Yep, exactly. Amy said he was making his rounds, selling his lies. Where have we seen that before, Amy?
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing at Kassotis in this case. You got to know Nick, did you say at Naval Justice in 2008? Is that correct?
We met briefly there, yes.
And when did you get to actually know him better?
During our first duty station in the Judge Advocate General's Corps in Norfolk.
What was Nick like?
Kind. Nick was the first person to offer to help someone. Frequently he was the first person to volunteer, as obviously he volunteered for the deployment for me.
Did you ever know him to be violent?
No,
Did he have a temper?
not that I saw.
In State's Exhibit 2.37 from November 1st of 2022, I believe Nick references repacking everything.
Mm-hmm.
What did you take that to mean?
That they were going to relocate to a different house or a different location.
Was that common for them at the time?
Yes, it had been.
How often would you say they moved, as far as you know?
Often, it varied.
Every few days, every few months, every few weeks?
It could be all of the above.
You've retained a law firm to try to recover the money that you lent to Nick, correct?
We did.
And the law firm is Kaufman and Cannolis?
He said, please hold.
Hoffman and Knowles, yes.
Kaufman and Knowles. And the amount that you are seeking to recover from Nick Kassotis is $199,402.91.
200K she sued him for.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Dang, she sued that man. I did not know this. So he's facing a civil lawsuit as well? That's the end of it. What do y'all think about this testimony? Nick is in some deep, you know what, man. And Amy talked about this, or we talked about this after a previous trial. His family could be responsible for this if he ends up in jail. That's a possibility as well. Not great. Let me know what y'all think about this testimony. We're going to move on. And now Nick's first wife is going to testify. So let me see. Let's get it started here. Oh, let me read a couple super chats as well. Shout out to the gang in here. How many of y'all we have in the building? We got 1,400 of you in here. Let me read these super chats real quick. And she kept her name. Wow, she kept his last name. I wonder if she's going to change that. How? Wait, what? He called her Heather Kassotis? That's not her name. Let me read a couple of these super chats and then we'll keep it moving. Thank y'all for the love, man. Shout out to Cynthia Hart's been a member for 6 months. I think I read this one. This testimony doesn't make sense talking about Nick's testimony. What a kook. I agree. Jay Money's in here gifting 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Jay, say thank you, man. And check out everything over on the members side. Appreciate you, Jay Money, always showing up, showing support. And then we got Tatum in the building, has been a member for 5 months. Says he did it. Yep, lock him up and throw away the key, Tatum says. He is done. Yeah, he's cooked. Appreciate you, Tatum. Thank you for being here for 5 months as well. She says, love this channel. Yeah, Heather Thomas. Why did he say Heather Kassotis? Oh, Dottie's in the building. Give it up for Amazing Grace out there being amazing, doing amazing and great things. Good to see you in here, Grace. I love you. I appreciate you. Tatum said, lock him up and throw the key in the ocean. Dang. All right, let's go ahead and get into this testimony from his first wife. All right. So now we've got Nick's first wife is going to be testifying, talking about their relationship and what went on and maybe why she ran off with Big Tony. Yeah, I know. She cheated. We'll talk about it here in a second. Y'all said Nick is going to jail. Dang.
Before the witness comes in, if everyone please check your phones, make sure they're either off
What's
or
up,
on
Sam?
silent. I appreciate your cooperation.
Tell Sam I said what's up. Oh, I need to change the title too, because this is Heather now. Her last name is Thomas now. It's got to be super awkward for old Nick there. Let me skip ahead a little bit. Here we go.
You know him.
I was married to him.
From when to when? Are you married?
Yes, I am.
When did you get married?
In October of 2015.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have one daughter.
How old is she?
She's 8.
Is your husband employed?
Yes,
Where is he employed?
the Department of Defense.
From where you're seated, can you see the defendant, Nicholas Kassotis, in this case?
Yes,
Do you know
Yikes.
that person?
yes.
How do you know him?
I was married to him.
Look at
From when
Nick's
to when?
face. Dang, look. I shouldn't clown him like this. That's tough, man. He's looking at her thinking about what she did. She was over there messing around with Big Tony at work. Works for the Department of Justice. It's a cold world.
2009 to 2015
How did you meet?
on eHarmony.
And how long after meeting him was it that you became married?
Very quickly after.
Was he in the military?
Yes,
What branch?
the Navy.
What was his job in the Navy?
He was a JAG officer.
At some point while he was in the Navy, was he deployed to Italy?
Yes,
From when to when?
2011 to 2013.
And what was his job when he was in Italy?
He worked as a prosecutor.
While you guys were in
Jody
Italy,
got your
did
wife.
he acquire a dog?
Jody got your girl.
We acquired a dog,
And what was the dog's name?
Rusty.
I'm showing you a photograph now and ask if you can identify that.
Yes,
What's it a picture of?
That's my dog, Rusty.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the way Rusty appeared?
Yes.
You're getting emotional. Why is that?
I was lucky enough to spend the last 2 years of his life with him,
Living at your place?
living at our house, yes.
I'll tender this time State's Exhibit 2.46.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
So I'm like, stop sticking up for this lady.
During the time of your marriage to the defendant, did he ever work out of the Pentagon?
Yes.
Do you know what his job there was?
It was I only knew it was code 13.
Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Also, during the time that you were married, did he have occasion to attend Georgetown University?
Yes,
Where is that located?
in Washington, D.C.
And do you know what his area of study was?
I believe it was international.
In the beginning of your relationship, can you describe for the jury your relationship to him?
Yes, it was pretty much what I thought was a normal relationship. Very smooth sailing, never fought,
Really?
kind of like best friends.
Oh my gosh.
Did he ever indicate to you whether he wanted children?
Yes, he did. We both did.
Do you have a medical condition that makes that unlikely?
Yes, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS.
Notwithstanding that medical
It must be
condition,
bad,
were
'cause
you
that's not
able to get
true.
pregnant while married with him?
Yes,
And what happened to that?
Just because
pregnancy?
you have PCOS doesn't mean you're unlikely to have kids.
How did your relationship change over time?
it felt like we were more roommates instead of married.
Whose idea was it
I'm sorry.
to get a divorce?
I believe it was mutual, but more so myself.
And there was a proceeding that was filed in the Circuit Court
It
of
was
Fairfax
mutual.
County, Virginia concerning
Please.
this matter.
Yes,
And if you had an opportunity to view State's Exhibit 2.45A, 45B, 45C, 45D, and 45E prior to coming in here today,
yes, I have.
and you recognize these as documents pertaining to your divorce,
Yes,
I'll tender each of these exhibits, Your Honor. They're certified copies of those documents that I've shown to.
No objection.
All right, then, A, B, C, D, and E, it's 2.45, they're all admitted without objection.
After the action for divorce was filed, did you become separated?
yes,
Did you move out?
yes, I did.
Where did you move to?
I moved nearby in Alexandria.
She moved in with
During
Big
the period
Tony.
of separation, were there discussions about infidelity,
Of course,
and who raised those?
Nick did.
Did you cheat on him during the course of your marriage?
No,
Stop the cap.
How quickly was the divorce granted after the petition was
1
filed?
month.
it was granted in October of 2015.
Now, the court documents show Nicholas
She's
James
lying.
Kassotis is the plaintiff in this divorce, and you're referred to as the defendant.
Yes,
Why is that?
we both didn't have a need for an attorney. He was an attorney, and he said he could take care of it, and I trusted him that he would.
She said no. She's closing her eyes thinking about Big Tony.
Can you see from where you're seated?
All right, I'm gonna let it. I'm sorry.
State's Exhibit number 2.
Amy, stop it. No. Amy says, I think she's telling the truth.
Yes,
You recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is this person?
it's Mindy.
How did you know Mindy?
I knew her as his wife, his new wife.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was by happenstance in a public setting. She had no idea who I was.
When he would refer to her, how would he refer to her?
Can you clarify that?
By
question?
initials?
Yes, M.
And the grounds for the divorce were what?
Irreconcilable differences.
What were his obligations under the divorce?
He was required to pay off the personal loan or refinance it if he couldn't pay it off in his own name. He was required to refinance or pay off the truck that he was driving. And he was required to either refinance or sell the property on Adrian Drive.
And at some point, was he ordered to pay you $1.5 million?
Yes.
At some point, leaving out a lot of details there.
How long after your divorce was it before he and Mindy got married, roughly?
About a year, almost to the day.
And after your divorce from him, did you continue to correspond with him?
Yes, of course. We were very friendly. It was a very amicable divorce.
And how would you communicate with him after the divorce?
Text. He came to visit with the dogs. We had 2 dogs at the time, Stitch and Rusty. Email. Just whatever was convenient.
Do you know how he was employed during the time he was married to Mindy?
I was told that from him that he worked for the Department of the Navy.
For how long?
I don't know.
Did he ever express interest in starting a cybersecurity business?
He mentioned cybersecurity as an area that he was interested, yes.
Between 2015 and 2019, did the defendant cooperate with the divorce obligations?
1.5 is
Did that
crazy.
cause any kind of hardship to you?
Of course.
Like what?
It put me through a lot of emotional stress, but importantly, it put me through a lot of scrutiny for my own employment.
Like, oh my God, it was just so hard.
I still do hold
Get out of here.
a security clearance that required your credit to be good and all of your bills paid, all of that stuff. And by him not doing that for many, many months, I was in a situation where a piece of paper to submit to the Office of Personnel Management wasn't going to cut it. They wanted to see full extent of the law to pursue the resolution of that because my employment was at stake.
Referring your attention to Exhibit 2.45B, dated 11/28/18, entitled Consent Order. He was ordered to pay you the $1.5 million plus $90,000 in interest in that consent order. Is that correct?
Jeez.
That's correct.
And $10,000 in attorney fees.
That's correct.
And then the case was continued almost exactly 30 days to December 28th, 2018.
He is mad. Look at his face.
And was there a hearing on December 28th, 2018?
Yes.
And Exhibit 2.45C shows the court found him not in compliance with the November 28, 2018 consent order and ordered Nicholas Kassotis to appear before the court on January 4th, 2019 to show cause why he should not be held in contempt.
That's right.
Did you go to that January 4th hearing?
Yes, I did.
What happened at that hearing?
The judge was very upset after he heard Nick testify under oath that he not only had the money, he had more than enough of the money, and that he just was refusing to pay it. So the judge was not very kind.
He admitted having how much money?
$32 million.
And did he tell the court he was having difficulty accessing that money?
Yes.
What did he tell the court?
He told the court that his wife, his current wife, Mindy, was holding his funds and that he thought that she had a claim to it because it was earned during his marriage with her. And that he was pursuing other actions with her. But the judge was like, well, I can't bring her into court, but you're here. So you need to put a move on it. And I want this done. I want to see movement in a week. Otherwise, your liberty is at stake.
Wow.
Now, before that hearing, was there another similar hearing that occurred?
Yes.
What happened at that similar hearing?
There was a case right before ours where very similar circumstances, though not to the degree or the amount owed by any means, was playing out, and we were both in the courtroom. And that ended where the spouse that owed the money left in handcuffs. And so Nick asked to meet with my attorney and I in the mediation room after we continued, and that's when the additional $90,000 and the $10,000 came from.
So was Nick in the courtroom to witness that incident where the man was taken out in
Yes.
handcuffs? Did he ever comply with that court order for the $1.5 million, the interest and the attorney fees?
No.
I'm showing you now what's marked as 2.45E. Do you know what that is?
Yes, it's
What? Go ahead.
it's a bench warrant for failure to appear
A bench warrant for who?
for Nick,
And it's dated when?
December 23rd, 2020.
Have you ever threatened him with violence?
No.
Are you familiar with him changing his last name?
I did not find that out until after he was arrested.
And did he ever explain to you why he changed the name?
No.
Are you familiar with the last name of Stark?
It made me think of the Game of Thrones character, frankly.
And who was that character?
That was one of the main characters that was probably, I think, killed first.
Did you and the defendant watch the Game of Thrones during the time you were married?
Yes.
Aw, that's so sweet.
At some point, did you become familiar with the GBI sketch?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did you become familiar with it?
Well, I received a random text message asking if I was ever married to Nick. And of course, I was hesitant to respond to a stranger, but nonetheless, the curiosity got the best of me. And so she told me about...
Objection to hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Based on what she told you, what did you do?
Based on what she told me, I looked it up and I saw similarity as far as the sketch was concerned, and I called the GBI to let them know that that looks remarkably like Mindy because of the jawline.
Did you tell the GBI who you were?
No, I did not.
And I believe your testimony was you remarried shortly after the divorce.
Yes, I did.
Was there a time that the defendant saw you after your divorce when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Were you obviously pregnant?
Yes.
And describe to the jury what happened on that occasion when the defendant saw you pregnant.
That was, I'm sure that was tough.
When he saw me, he did utter the congratulations, but the body language wasn't matching. Later on, after that meeting, which was actually the last time that I saw my other dog Stitch, my husband made very similar comments, saying that it was very awkward and that he could tell that Nick was very uncomfortable.
That's weird.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Weinstein?
Very strange. We got to hear some cross-examination coming up.
Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. I have a few questions for you. Your divorce from Nick Kassotis was final on October 15th, 2015, correct?
Here we go.
When did you get married to your husband, to Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, October 16th.
The very next day?
Yes.
Who was in here saying, nah, she cheated?
Stop the cap.
Come on, man. She married him the next day. Damn. Jesus. Y'all still believe her?
That's correct.
When did you get married to your husband, to Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, October 16th.
The very next day?
Yes.
Nick raised the issue of infidelity with you, correct?
Yeah.
He accused you of infidelity.
Yes.
And do you still maintain that you did not commit infidelity?
Correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated. I had not started dating my husband until July. And while that does seem fast, it is possible to find the love of your life.
You say that Nick failed to follow the obligations in your initial divorce decree, correct?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to pay off some type of loan, either refinance it, but pay it off so you're off the loan, correct?
Correct, yeah. Just remove my name, however he wanted to do that.
he was supposed to pay off the truck, and he was supposed to refinance
She
or
big
sell
line.
I guess the marital home that y'all had.
That's right.
And he did not do those things, correct?
That's right.
And you pursued him to do those things.
Absolutely.
And following that, there was a consent order, correct?
That's right.
And that consent order was from, I guess, November 28th.
Shout out to Big Tony, man.
Is that right?
Tony was over there
Okay.
putting it down.
And in that consent order, can you tell me this? How did you reach the consent order? How did you reach the numbers in the consent order? How did you come up with the figures? How did you guys come up with the figures in
We
the
came
consent
up with the figures. We had an addendum made that we mutually agreed to, and we had notarized, and we had added. So it was then part of the divorce decree.
And when you say we, that's you and Nick and I guess whatever attorneys were involved. Is that correct?
He never had an attorney, but yes, I had an attorney.
Okay. And so that $1.5 million that he had agreed to pay you, he agreed to that. He agreed to the $1.5 million in the course of the negotiation, correct?
Correct.
And had you seen any evidence that Nick had $1.5 million?
No.
Have you seen, or at the time, or at any time, did you see any evidence that Nick Kassotis had the $32 million that he said he had?
When he testified under oath.
I understand that. Did you see any? Did you see any documentation of the $32 million?
No.
Bank statements
Oh, yes.
that showed $32 million?
They were fake, but yes.
And when you followed up on that, do you remember the bank?
Bank of America?
Okay. Did you do anything with Bank of America to see if there was $32 million in there?
I tried filing the judgment in every single banking institution in the Virginia area, sir.
And were you successful at getting the $1.5 million from any of those banks?
No.
Oh, that's tough.
What did they say about the $32 million when you presented Bank of America with those statements?
They've never heard of them.
Interesting.
You say that both you and your husband thought that Nick Kassotis was uncomfortable when he saw that you were pregnant. Does it surprise you that an ex-husband is uncomfortable when he sees his ex-wife pregnant?
It depends. If you have a good relationship before then, and you already knew about it, then seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
Oh my God, get this chick out of here. Get this chick. I can't stand this chick. You know, I don't know. Like, what's the big deal? We were cool, and you know, another guy knocked me up, and I married him like one day after we got divorced. So I don't know the problem. Like, what? Shut up, Heather. Man, get out of here. What a clown. Get this lady off the stand. I don't know what the big deal
Saw that
was.
you were pregnant. Does it surprise you that an
We
ex-husband
were
is
cool.
uncomfortable when he sees his ex-wife pregnant?
Fuck out of here.
It depends. If you have a good relationship before then, and you already knew about it, then seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
The divorce was mutual, you know? He wanted it, I wanted it. I was smashing Tony. Hey, yo. So what? Man,
The
get out of
GBI
here.
interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
Do you recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
I'm Heather.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that's not true.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Anything else, counsel?
Hey, get Heather. I gotta boo. Where's my boo sound effect, man? I gotta boo this chick. Worst witness other than Jim and Nick testify. This is the worst witness so far. Get this chick out of here. What? No, we were cool. The divorce was mutual. I got divorced on the 15th, married on the 2nd. No big deal. Hey, we didn't know. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments in the chat. That lady's full of shit. Just like her ex. Y'all said I'm dying. Yo, Jay Muddy said, chill, bro. I'm sorry, man. She was annoying me. Her voice was annoying. Like the way she thinks is annoying. Like, we were cool. It's not a big deal. I mean, he knew I was married. He knew I was pregnant. And then for him to see it, like, it was so weird, you know? Like, I don't know. I never even liked him anyway. I was so glad when he was deployed. Like, just leave. Let me go. Like, all I could think about was Tony. Hey, yo. This chick, man. Get Heather out of here. Are they back in court yet? We need to move on. I was smashing Tony. Shout out to the gang. I can't believe y'all had to see that. I apologize. That's embarrassing. I don't remember seeing the medical examiner testify. Did I miss that? You most certainly did, Alex. Thanks for being here. Hold it together. I can't, man. I can't. I hate when witnesses get up there and lie. Did she say? Were you I can't. I'm not going to do this. What are y'all saying? I got upset when I saw my ex-husband's new girlfriend was pregnant. That's totally natural. I honestly did, and we were divorced like 2 years. IDK, why? But it did bother me because that's normal. Like, why was he so weird? So insecure. Like, see how controlling he is? Like, he doesn't even want me to get pregnant. Ugh. That is totally normal, Slim Life. Jesus. Like, if you were connected with this person in a binding, and some would say spiritual relationship, like, yes, if you see them building a family with someone else, naturally, you're probably going to be like, oh, that's kind of weird. Good God. What? I don't get it. I see. What did she say? No, we were cool. So, like,
Fidelity.
Yes,
And do you still maintain that you did not commit infidelity?
correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated.
and
I
see,
had not-
going to our body language expert, what Amy told us, I met my husband well after Nick was deployed and not at the house anymore on that one day back when we were married. It was totally mutual, Tatum. My God. Like, he didn't even like me. I would come home, he didn't say anything. Like, God.
Correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated. I had not started dating my husband until July. And while that does seem fast, it is possible to find the love of your life.
Like, I'm justified. He actually loved me.
You say that Nick failed to follow the obligations in your initial divorce decree, correct?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to pay off some type of a loan, either refinance it, but pay it off so you're off the loan, correct?
Correct, yeah. Just remove my name, however he wanted to do that.
What did she say about being
He was
pregnant?
supposed
What
to
did
pay
she
off the
say?
truck, and he
I gotta hear this one more time, and then we're gonna get back in the court.
GBI interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
Do you recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
I'm Heather.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that was not true.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Man, yeah, whatever. Forget this chick. Anyway, shout out to y'all we lost like 300 people from my Heather impersonation. I just couldn't help it. Jesus, man, it's get on my nerves. Let me see if I could figure this out. We could get, nope. All right, here we go. So now we're going to get back into our testimony from Nick, but this isn't testimony. It's time for Nick to get cooked. So let me update this banner and we'll go ahead and get into it. All right. So now we are back in court. Nicholas Kassotis is back on the stand and he's going to cross-examination. I have a feeling not only is this cross-examination going to take a while, but he's about to get absolutely roasted for this wild testimony, this wild direct testimony he gave. Let's go ahead and get into it. It's crazy.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may cross-examine.
Here
Thank
we
you, Your
go.
Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, she about to cook him. Go
Mr.
in.
Kassotis, or Mr. Stark, you indicated that you were a
Or Jim.
officer in the Judge Advocate General Corps, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were in that capacity for over 10 years, right?
I
Roughly
love
10
this
years.
prosecutor.
You went
She's
to
so
Boston University College.
Yes, I did.
You went to Northeastern Law for your JD.
Yes, I did.
And then you got your LLM in cybersecurity from Georgetown, correct?
It was in national security with a emphasis in cybersecurity.
Okay. All prestigious schools, right?
Yes.
You did very well in school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a JAG officer, you indicated that you were both a defense attorney and a prosecutor during your term as an officer in the JAG.
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say that the Navy requires JAG officers to be very on top of your cases, right?
Absolutely.
To be careful with records, correct?
Correct.
To be careful with what you send to whom, correct?
Absolutely.
You check and double check pretty much everything, right?
Sometimes many more checks than that.
You never looked at Jim McIntyre's credentials, right?
Correct.
Now, I just want to start with some of the things that we have in evidence. I'm showing you 2.26C. This is the photograph from Home Depot. That's you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that receipt that's attached to that from November 29th of 2022, that's also you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It says your name on the receipt, correct?
I believe it does, yes.
It also says that you bought the Milwaukee Smooth Blade insulation knife on November 29th of 2022 at 8:56 a.m.
Oh,
correct?
she's straight to the point.
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw the testimony from Special Agent Bernie with the FBI, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that showed that your vehicle, your phone, and your business record put you in the vicinity of that Home Depot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that, do you?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you then watched as he showed all of the different waypoints of your vehicle traveling down towards Riceboro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your car, right?
No, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your phone, right?
No, ma'am.
And you don't dispute that that was you in the vehicle at the time.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. You saw the records introduced concerning the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased from J.C. Lewis, correct?
Correct.
And this is, I'm pointing to 1.19. Do you recall seeing those business records introduced here in court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't dispute that you bought that car, correct?
I do not dispute that.
You don't dispute you paid cash for it?
It was a check, but yeah.
It was the full amount.
Conversationally, yeah, you paying cash rather than financing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you bought that
Lord.
car under your own name, correct?
Yes.
And that purchase was
I believe it was July 27th of 2022.
right, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you bought that vehicle, that did not have a police intercept package on that vehicle, correct?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what a police intercept package is, though.
Right. Because if it did, you would have paid extra for options, right?
Right. I mean, there were options on there that I did pay extra for. I assume that anything else would have been also additional.
Now, you also purchased 1.25C. Not this specific kit, but one that looked just like it, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
This was a
Come on, man.
7-piece deer processing kit, correct?
That's what it says, ma'am.
Well, you saw the business records from Bass Pro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they indicated that you purchased that item, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that you did, correct?
No, ma'am.
And it's your testimony in court here today that you are not a hunter, correct?
That is correct.
You were not going hunting on November 29th of 2022, correct?
No, ma'am, I was not.
And just so we're clear, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1.21, 1.22, 1.23, and 1.24. Do you recognize that car?
It looks like the same make and model car that I had.
And you don't dispute that you were down in a large wooded area on November 29th of 2022 at the time referenced in that photograph?
I don't really recall where I was, ma'am, but...
You don't recall where you were?
Right.
Okay. But just a moment ago, you said you didn't dispute that that was your path of travel that Agent Burney displayed for the jury, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm publishing to the jury. Photograph 1.1, rather 1.21. You saw Agent Sands testify, correct, concerning 1.117?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a Marathon gas station, correct?
I can't quite see it, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
And there's also a business record attached there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's from your Renaissance Bank records, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
That was your vehicle, your card, and you that was present at the vicinity of 13689 East Oglethorpe Highway, Midway, on November 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
Nobody else swiped your card, right? That was you.
I believe so, ma'am. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that was not me.
Then what are we doing here, man?
Right?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your phone stolen?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your wallet stolen?
No, ma'am.
So all along, you've always had possession of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your testimony that also you were told to turn your phone off, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you saw Agent Burney demonstrate the time gap of approximately 2 hours when your phone was off and still in the area of the Portal Hunting Club, correct?
I'm not sure where the phone was during that time, but because I believe it was turned off. But
What was with you, wasn't
Right.
it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was off, but on your person.
Or in my car.
This got to be the easiest cross-examination of her career.
It's your testimony that you
I want
brought
to interview her.
a black and a gray tote to that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I want to get her on the channel. Book smart ain't street smart. Y'all should know by now.
is it your testimony that's not your tote?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
She
That
touched
is
it
your
without gloves.
No,
Blech.
ma'am, it is not. My testimony is that it is not my tote.
So the other one, the gray one, that's also not your tote?
I would call that the gray one, ma'am, but I believe that that is also not my tote.
Just so we're clear. My apologies. These two totes are not your totes?
That is correct.
There are two random black and gray totes that showed up on November 29th of 2022 in the vicinity of the Portal Hunting Club, and they're not yours?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's a great question.
I'm not sure when they turned up, ma'am, but they are not mine. I can explain why if you would like.
You know how the process works, Mr. Kassotis.
Okay, ma'am.
You heard the testimony that Mindy's blood was inside of those totes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard the testimony that there were cleansing wipes recovered in the vicinity, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And also, the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
So to your testimony, this is not the knife you purchased on November 29th, 2022 at Home Depot.
That is definitively not the knife that I purchased at Home Depot.
Did you see the cleansing wipes on the knife at the photographs at the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
To your testimony, you didn't clean this knife off, right?
That is correct, ma'am.
Oh,
I've
boy.
never seen that knife before. It was introduced as evidence.
This knife just happened to be there in the vicinity of the same black and gray colored totes that you referenced in your interview to law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe it just happened to be there, ma'am, but it was there.
And it was your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, that you bought the deer processing kit to give to somebody as a gift?
Yes, to Mindy's younger brother, Matthew.
It was important to Mindy that you get him something he liked, right?
I believed so, but though I now have reason to question whether those messages were coming from Mindy or not.
No,
But you
yeah,
don't
of
have any
course.
reason to say otherwise other than that you're guessing, correct?
Correct.
But something so important to Mindy, you just left it at the house when you moved out, right?
I was extremely upset when I moved out, and I left a lot of things there.
So that was a yes, you left it at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You never gave it to Matthew?
No, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Samantha, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was your third wife at the time, correct?
At the time, yes, ma'am.
You heard about the relationship
Who's he
leading up
looking at?
to you meeting her in person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you started talking to her as early as late September 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds right.
Well, you saw the text messages, right?
I didn't actually look at them that closely, but if they say late September, that would be correct. It was either late September or early October. I'm not 100% sure.
Those messages were not sent by Signal, correct?
Correct.
They were sent on social media, correct?
Correct.
Those messages were sent by you, correct?
I believe so.
Well, here. Let me give you two specifically to look at. 1.95 and 1.98.
She didn't even ask to approach. She said, here, man.
Let us know when you've finished looking at them.
Shouldn't need that much time, Nick.
I'm done, ma'am.
Those are text messages or communications that you sent to Ms. Kolesnik, correct?
Yes.
And during those exchanges, there were several exchanges on a regular basis, correct?
Yeah.
And they started at the end of September of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately culminated with you going to see her on December 16th of 2022,
That sounds right, yes.
2 weeks after your wife was deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
But you initiated that relationship before she was dead.
I wouldn't say initiated that relationship, but we were talking, like I talked to many people online.
Well, you drove from Georgia to Missouri, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from Missouri to Pennsylvania to go see her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours was that?
Quite a few. I'm not sure exactly.
His dad's
You were-
hurting for sure.
Just talking?
No, at that point we were, we had progressed into more of a relationship, but I'm saying that that wasn't how things had started in September.
Right, but on December 16th, 15 days after you told your wife's parents she was dead, you drove to Pennsylvania from Missouri, correct?
15 days after I learned my wife was dead.
October 22nd of 2022, you told Mrs. Kolyesnik, or Miss Kolyesnik, on 1.95, she had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were tugging on her heartstrings, weren't you?
No, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her you were single and available?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Oh, Nick.
Stop the
That was
cap.
a very similar conversation to one I had with any number of people, male and female, friends.
Right, because you had a conversation going on with
Shaking
Joy when
his
you
head
thought
again.
Mindy was going to die in COVID, correct?
Correct.
So that was another woman you were chatting with that you told this jury was a woman you had a relationship with
Correct.
while you were still married.
While I was still married, ma'am.
But this one wasn't.
No, ma'am.
1.98, you indicated on November 8th of 2022,
Yeah.
while terrified for your life and staying in the house exclusively but to run errands,
Oh, man.
going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, Bedford, Hudson Valley area, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. That was not true.
That was not true, ma'am.
Oh. He lied.
You weren't trying to convince her to trust you?
No, ma'am.
Why make that up?
That was something we were regularly told to do. Say that we would be in different places, and then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere that we weren't.
The voices in his head
Jim
told him.
told you what to say in each of your text messages to Samantha?
Not in each, but it was something he would generally say, tell people that you're going
This
to be
is
traveling
crazy,
for the next
man.
2 weeks.
I can't.
And then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere else.
Jesus.
After you found out that Mindy had passed, you testified to this jury you never got a single document of any sort from the doctors, correct?
That is correct.
You just told this jury that you were a JAG officer, correct? For 10 years.
I was.
You checked every detail, right?
Yes.
Verified everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't get a single document at any point in any of the time after her death?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Death certificates, 1.68. They're registered with the state of Georgia. You're aware of that, right?
I am.
You never got a single copy of a document from a courthouse?
No, ma'am. I asked about it once, and I should have followed up, but I did not.
You
Who's he
yourself
looking
as
at,
an
man?
attorney never got a single document.
Looking at the jury for
I
what?
didn't have any reason to have a document, and so I failed to follow up on it.
You were on trial for murder, correct?
Ma'am, I was not.
In anticipation of today, in your testimony, you knew you were on trial for murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't bring a single court document with you.
Well, ma'am, I believe the testimony is fairly clear that I was lied to about Mindy's death, and that I did not have a document because there were no documents.
You worked for APIS Security, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
No W-2, right?
At some point I saw a W-2,
But you didn't bring one.
no, ma'am. I believe there was one in Discovery, but I don't recall.
You do. You believe there was one in Discovery?
I believe so,
Oh,
ma'am.
no. Nick,
Can
shut
you tell
up.
us what document that was?
Stop
I
it,
can't
Nick.
recall. I believe it was a tax document.
Was there a W-4?
I don't recall. I'm not sure what a W-4 is.
He's
An
cooking on his
I-9?
Nick right now.
No, ma'am.
No tax documents?
No. I-9s are for immigrations, proving that you're a citizen. So
What about tax records? You got paid, right?
It was paid into a trust, ma'am.
So you have zero records reflecting being paid by APIS Security, correct?
Well, I have the records that you provided to me during discovery. But
1.84. You provided Samantha with an employment verification, correct?
yes, ma'am.
You indicated you worked for them February 12th, 2018 to present. That was January 12th of 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never got a single paycheck?
Not paid to me, no.
So for 5 years, you worked for a company and got zero money handed to you.
Handed to me, yes, ma'am.
Come on, Nick. It's not working, Nick.
A bank account, correct?
I've opened. Can you be more specific, ma'am?
You opened Renaissance bank account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the account we saw the records for, ending in 141, right?
I don't know the number, but I believe so.
You signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into the bank, right?
No, ma'am.
So that's not your physical signature on there.
It is my physical signature. I believe it was scanned and emailed.
It's your testimony you opened a bank account without going into the bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's possible. How do you think his
provided
parents feel?
Samantha with a driver's license, right?
With a photograph of one, yes.
1.86. This is the license you sent her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the jury 1.111, which is the same photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, you can open a bank account
There are no
without
records
going
in the
in.
state of Georgia reflecting a change of name to Stark.
I'm aware of that now, ma'am.
Well, you would have had to change your driver's license, right, sir?
Yes, I assume so.
Delaware. This was issued January 13th, 2023, 1.112. That's you, right?
She's walking him
Yes, it
down.
is, ma'am.
Is that a current picture of you?
That was current at the time, ma'am.
Ma'am, he's
I'll
military.
listen to the jury.
It doesn't bother me though.
And it's your testimony that you got one under the name Kassotis because of a glitch at the DMV?
It wasn't a glitch, ma'am.
Well, you testified that the Social Security Administration told you it would update in 24 hours your name change, right?
They said likely 24 hours, though there was a chance it would be sooner.
So sooner still, right?
I hoped it would be sooner. That's why I went back to the DMV that afternoon.
Right, but in 1.106, you went on January 4th to change your name, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's your testimony that from January 4th of 2023, some 9 days later, it still hadn't updated?
No, ma'am. So there's a difference between the court document, which you go to court to get, and then the Social Security office, which you have to go in there and bring a copy of the court document to start that updating process.
Right, but you said you went the same day as you went to the Missouri.
No, ma'am. I said I went to the Social Security office in Delaware after I returned to the Delaware area from St. Louis.
He said, see, I got my
You
story
submitted
together.
driver's licenses for Delaware, Pennsylvania, and a name change in Missouri, all within a week, approximately,
I was trying to update my driver's license, yes.
in 3 different states.
No, ma'am. I had gotten the name change in Missouri, which had been our plan from the beginning. I was splitting my time between Delaware and Pennsylvania at the time, and I had gotten one license in Delaware that was not the correct name. I was going to be spending the next part of the next week in Pennsylvania, so the next business day, it was a holiday weekend.
I think he really believes this story.
Junior Day. I went on that Tuesday into a DMV in Pennsylvania, and I got a license with what is now my legal name.
You remember it was a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know your wife's doctor's name.
Was never given her doctor's name.
You didn't ask?
Ma'am, she wanted...
I asked you a question, sir.
No,
Did you ask?
I did not ask.
She was 8 months pregnant, you said, correct?
Correct.
You never visited her at the hospital.
That was weird.
Yeah, I was told not to.
And
Oh
you
God.
listened?
Yes, ma'am.
First child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Desperately wanted kids.
I wouldn't say desperately wanted kids, but I wanted kids.
You'd been trying since Heather, right?
This guy.
Yes. Well,
How many
on and
years was
off.
that?
You know, Mindy and I didn't start trying to have kids immediately, but...
Well, you testified there was a miscarriage in the middle, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That miscarriage was in, July of 2021.
So for years, you had been trying to get pregnant.
Yes, ma'am.
And your wife was finally 8 months pregnant and terribly ill, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe
And-
so.
And you never went to see her.
No, ma'am. I was talking to her and checking on her, but I did not physically go there because I did not think it was safe to.
Well, just in your testimony earlier, you said texting, not talking.
Yes, ma'am. I use them interchangeably. I'll be more clear.
You never spoke to her.
No,
is
ma'am.
what you're
I
getting.
tried to multiple times, but we couldn't get a good enough signal to have a conversation.
And when you couldn't get her, you didn't go see her.
No, ma'am.
Oh
You're an
boy.
attorney at the time of all of this, correct?
I don't believe I was at that time. No, ma'am.
I mean, you don't forget how to be a lawyer, do you?
No, ma'am. I hope not.
Right? So when you filled out this paperwork for the Missouri change of
Jeez.
name, you indicated that you did not owe anybody any judgments,
That was my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
that there were no cases requesting money pending against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yet you stood in a court of law in front of a judge who told you when to be back to settle what was owed to Miss Thomas, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't go.
I didn't go because I believed that was already settled.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I absolutely was.
You know if you don't show up to court, what happens?
Held in contempt.
They would, if I still had a hearing there, if I had not paid that money, I would have been held in contempt.
You called Heather to confirm she got paid?
I did not, ma'am. And nor did she call me, nor did she come to the house that we had
Why
shared
would she
that I
call
continued
you?
living in for 9 months afterwards.
You have been exchanging a series of emails back and forth with Heather for days leading up to that court hearing, correct?
I don't believe I had. No, ma'am.
It's your testimony you didn't.
No, ma'am.
Oh man.
Miss Thomas was following you repeatedly to the point that you thought that she was actually potentially one of the people causing you trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
But you think she just evaporated?
Because I believed she had gotten the money that she wanted.
Then tell us why she would be a danger to you.
At that point, I no longer believed that she was a danger to me.
When was that?
That was shortly around the time that I believe the payment had been made to her, and she stopped contacting me altogether. Never came by the house, never called my phone.
Yeah, her lawyer probably told her to stop doing that.
But you just told this jury that Jim McIntyre was looking into it for you.
He was, and he said that he had determined that Heather was not involved and that he had wired the funds.
Let's talk
Oh,
about
my
your marriage
goodness.
license. The application, 1.92.
Absolutely.
You listed people that are not your parents, correct?
At the time, I believed them to be my parents.
They're sitting in this courtroom now, right?
Yes, my parents are.
You don't disbelieve that Linda and Wayne Kassotis are your parents?
Not anymore, no ma'am.
And with all due respect to your father sitting here, that's the man you moved 100+ times because you were afraid of?
I wouldn't say 100+ times, but yes, ma'am. We moved probably 50 times because I was terrified.
Sounds
well, the two
crazy.
times that you just talked in direct testimony, you said 15 to 25 times twice, and then moved countless other times, correct?
I wouldn't say countless other times, ma'am.
Well, your recollection was every time you moved a week, right? You could tell this jury when you were in each different place, correct?
Yeah. I have because we move so often, it's actually pretty easy for me mentally to remember where we were when, because oftentimes we were only in a place for 2 days. So if you remember the 4th of July happened while you were in that house, you know when you were there.
But you don't remember your wife's doctor.
No, ma'am.
Let's just be clear. 2.32. This is Mindy, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
During your interview with law enforcement,
Wow. Wow.
you didn't even ask what happened to her.
No.
I did ask, ma'am. During the first interview, I asked what happened to Mindy, and Mr. Sands told me that at this time he did not believe that I presume you, the district attorney, wanted to make that information public.
You didn't ask about your baby either, did you?
No, ma'am.
Not once. In 2 hours and 10 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not once in almost 2 hours in Liberty County, correct?
Well, ma'am, in Liberty County, as you all saw, was the time I was told that Mindy had not been pregnant when she died.
Until they told you, you didn't ask about the baby either, right?
No, ma'am.
I want to hear him talk about how much he loved Mindy. When are we going to get to hear that?
You told your in-laws that your wife died December 1st of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Immediately after I was told, I went back to the house and told them.
And then the next day you went and got your car washed? Or was that the same day? I'm showing 1.110.
I don't recall what day that was, ma'am.
Well, that is your car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
So after you found out your wife was dead, you went to the car wash. Is that right?
Apparently, ma'am.
Well, that is your bank record, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at some point I went and got my car washed. I don't recall getting my car washed, but I may have.
He don't recall getting his
Appears
car
I did.
washed? Jesus, Nick, come on, man.
And you went and picked up some beer, right?
Yes, ma'am. I was drinking probably a scary amount at this point.
Well, this might be a good point to do it. Y'all let me know what you think about this in the comments in the chat so far. We got a lot more cross-examination to get to, but unfortunately, we have to shut it down for today. This is wild. Absolutely wild. We're going to have the rest of it in another video for y'all later. You got to let me know what you think. Guys, I hate to do this to you, but we're going to have to finish this in the morning. Oh, man. Let me shout out a couple more super chats. Amy in here with the cake reminded me to get something to eat. I'm going to try. Jeez. Shout out to Amy for the cake. The cakiest cake in the building. We've got Bombay in here, became a new member. Thank you for becoming a member, Bombay. Make sure you check out the members only content and you stay on the lookout for new videos we drop here on the channel. Amy with the super chat, showing some love as she always does. Thank you. Thank you. We got Les Cleaver in here as well with the 5 bomb. Says, love being here. Thank you, ClassE and Amy in chat. I'm heading back to work to sweat some more. Excuse me. Love all. See you tomorrow. Shout out to Les Cleaver. And then Cynthia Hearts as well with the hearts. Showing some major love too. I know. I hate to do y'all dirty like that. Amy even said, no. I know. We got to end it here. But we're going to be back. Don't worry. We'll be reacting to this tomorrow because as we know, court proceedings probably are going to end here shortly. So we'll be looking at this and covering it as we go throughout the next couple of days. Thank y'all for the love and support. Shout out to all 1,300 of you that liked the video so far. If you haven't yet subscribed, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live. Also, make sure you like the video on your way out. I appreciate y'all. Hope you have a great rest of your afternoon. As always, you know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace.